What's all? What's up, y'all? What's up, all? How you doing today? So, what's going on out here? It's cold everywhere, man. It's wintertime in the Western Hemisphere, especially the northern one. Who we got in the building? We got Namer, got Lewis, we got I don't know who else. Wait a little bit till people scatter in a little bit. I know we got a bunch of people shadow watching and shit. Afraid to state your name. St. Clair's in the building. Yep, got a few people filing in. Give it about a couple more minutes. See what people about to say, people about to do. We're gonna look at why black men are so expensive to black women right now. We're gonna do all the labor stats. Don't forget to support the Cash App, support the PayPal. Just support, support, support. Got 23 already. God damn, I feel special. Look like your boy is back in stride again. Went down. See, that's how you know you get a shadow man, because it go down to 16, 23, 16. Let's look at this. Let's go to our friends and black demographics, okay? Medium incomes from what? We'll go from median income for black men this quarter over 11,000 per week. Black woman 942. So here's what I want you to think about this, right? When you look at black men and the medium income earnings, right? I want to give you something that's really, really shocking. Or not so shocking if you follow the channel. See, this is how you know I get shadow banned, because 23, boom, all these people hit, boom. Get all the messages, boom. For black couples, right? Median household income is 51,000. Now it's up to 55. No, about 51 if you would do the average. Yeah, 51. For white, it's 80,000 for the median income. And we already know the reasonings for that. Married black couples, 94,000, almost 95. White couples, 114,000 and $20. Single mother family. Here's the hit. Here's the real hit, folks. For black women, 41,571. White women, 53,887. For black fathers, 55,136. White fathers, those are single father families, $69,000 $795. So I want you to look at this, right? For black and white fathers, they make significantly more than their counterparts when they're single parents. Now, would you agree, class, would you agree that the majority of black women want a black man? Even the swirlers want one. So let's just look at this factually. How rare is that man to that woman? A lot of people don't want to answer that question because that man is actually extremely rare. Now, when it comes to certain types of income and education, boy, we'll get to that in the long term. See, you got to remember, the higher the education, higher the income. Typically, that's how it works. Are you a mega mind? I don't know what the hell that means. So, if you're trolling, you could get the exit seats. And then we're going to talk about the millennial generation, which is around what, 28, 27 to about 43, 44. Let's look at how many people, black and white men, are in this category. You have 995 black men, 905,808 black men who have no reportable income. You have roughly 700,000 black women with no reportable income. 50K and under. This gets interesting. For black men, you have 1,660,974. For black women, you have 200. You have 2,000,000. What looking at all these goddamn numbers. You have 2,041,530. Now, remember when I said the expenses and how rare this person is? Because since time immemorial, you had, especially the last 50 years, you have more employed black women. For 50K to 100K, you have and excuse me, 851,573. For black men, it's 747,894, which means there's still more of us than you, but we still out earn you. And see, this is how you know I'm shadow banned, unless it was a bunch of trolls, because you saw how high the numbers were. Now we're gonna get to the most interesting part: the six-figure nigga. Don't forget to donate, like, share, subscribe. We're gonna get to this very interesting. From 100K to 1 million, you have 209,213 and 196,770 for the women. So now, if you look at the 50 and over, 50 and under, you have an abundance. By the way, if you notice a certain trend, that you see in the next one, and that's just for single. Remember that. I want you to, with the numbers I spewed out, were just for single. So these guys are rare. Notice, married black men make a lot more than their female counterparts. They kind of dominate everything past 50K when they're married. Let's look at the U.S. household income. Asians, $111,817. Ghanaian, 84,000. White, 83,000. Nigerian, 80,000. Total U.S. income average, 77,000. Jamaican, 70,000. Caribbeans, 72,000. Ethiopians, 72,000. Haitians, 71,000. Hispanics, 69,000. Africans south of the Sahara, 66,000. Guess where Black America is? 53,000. Especially since a lot of us don't marry. A lot of us don't marry. When you don't marry, you mess up the wealth. You mess up the money. But yet, you want to know why you don't have the money and income you have? What demographic is the least married and most divorced? Divorce rips apart your kids' generational wealth. It's kind of funny because anytime a black man marries, he doubles his income. Let's just not even get mad about that. Give me some likes on my shit. Give me some likes. Give me some cash apps. We want to talk about why are black men expensive. You know why? Black men, even by numbers, because you have 2 million more black women, have almost a million more marriages. So, I know, yeah, by the way, the food stamp myth, let's look at this one. 26% of black households receive SNAP benefits, which I'm not against. Which means that's roughly about 4.1 million people. But 6.8 million white families receive SNAP benefits that are non-Hispanic. But who's the welfare queen? Da, 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 da. Here's the crazy part. When they said I can't find a man on my level, which you can all tell a lot of these people are bullshitting. Let's look at this. And this is the number of workers, full-time workers ages 16 and older. Okay? Let's look at this. To find that article, here we go. From $1 to $20,000, or at least 19,999, black women are the overall majority. But when you go to places like, let's say, 30,000, it's getting closer. You're only what, roughly 200,000 away from most of them. Let's go to 40K to 49,000K. There's only about a 25,000 difference. 1 million versus 979, excuse me, 979,000 black men versus 1 million black women. It's close, very close. Now you have black men who taking the lead with 1.2 million versus 1.1 million black women, and the 50K to 64K a year. Oh, here comes the split again. Here comes the strongest, one of the strongest splits for black men, 65K to 99,999. Right before that, $1 away from 100K. You have 100 million, excuse me, you have 1.1 million black women, 1.3 million black men. So what do we find here? Oh, since we're here, we might as well do 100K or more. The earners of 100K or more for black women, 721,123 versus 926,560 black men. Let's look at those two numbers right there, the 50K and above, all the way up to 100K and more. Mr. Z quotes me on this all the time. If you got a black man that makes $60,000 or more a year, you need to kiss his ass because you got a goddamn superhero. Because he's making more than the medium average. And notice, in the craziest parts, the black men are taking over is the high ranking jobs. Normally, those are the skilled trades or the high level engineering, tech, mathematics, mathematical, and things of that nature, the STEM jobs, or high level to mid level officials, or in a police department, fire department, military, places like that. Those are jobs most men are going to take. So you take this man And then let's look at this, right? What's the average height of an American black male?
The average height for black men in the U.S. is around 5 feet 9 inches, which is about 175 to 176 centimeters. This is slightly above the overall U.S. male average, with some studies showing variations, but it stays close to the national average.
So, when women talk about the average height for black men, which is 5 feet 9 inches, I'm 5'10, you're above the actual height. So let's look at this one. What's the average height for an American male?
The average height for an adult American male is around 5 feet 9 inches, which is about 175 centimeters. Keep in mind that this can vary a bit by ethnicity.
So black men and black and white men that are both non-Hispanic are roughly the same height, maybe a few centimeters off, 1 or 2 centimeters, quarter of an inch. That's it. So let's look at terms in height. The average Asian is 5'6". The average Hispanic, 5'6". Now let's look at another demographic real quick. Average height of the American black woman,
5 feet 4 in, according to some information I found on Very Well Fit.
5 feet 4 inches. These are the women who complain about their men, and their men typically over them. I want you to think about that. They tower over them. But you get guys who are like passport bros. Shout out to the passport bros. Guess what happens? They could go anywhere on the planet, with the exception of probably like the Nordic countries, but most black men are not traveling to the Nordic countries for what? And they are going to be taller than majority of the women they see. They just are. Let's look at this. Let's look at another demographic real quick right here. Another quick demographic. Let's look at another quick demographic. What's the average weight of the American black male?
Here is information from Medical News Today.
The average weight of an American black male is 200 pounds. 198 to 200 pounds. Uh-oh. So if I'm doing black men's first, remember, average height, 5'9", average weight, 200 pounds. That's a decent sized running back in the NFL, right? And most black men are not. But a lot of black men actually carry good muscle. What's the average weight of an American black woman?
Approximately 187 pounds, according to UNT Health Fort Worth. The average African American woman weighs approximately 187 pounds, with a BMI of 32.2, and would need to lose almost 20 pounds in order to reach just the top of the overweight threshold.
Jesus! Did you hear that? Did you hear that, folks? And remember, the average weight is 5'4". 5 foot. Don't forget to share this shit on your channels. Don't forget to share it with your family. Ah, you fat shaming. You shaming. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm gonna dope deal with Ozempic or something. I don't know. Let- okay. Okay. Oh my god. Oh my god. 188 pounds at 5'4". Jesus Christ. What are we doing, man? What are we doing? I want you to think about this. You're building up an obese community that's not really that healthy. But then you wonder why it's harder to get married. It's harder to date. I'm sorry. Why do we? I want you to think about this. 5'4", 188 pounds. You damn near weigh as much as your men. What's the average weight for the American white male?
The average weight for white men in the U.S. is around 203 pounds. Keep in mind that this varies by age, and a healthy weight depends on individual factors like height and body build.
What's the average weight of an American white woman?
White women in the U.S. is about 170.9 pounds, which is roughly 77.5 kilograms. Keep in mind that these are averages, and individual healthy weights can vary based on factors like age, height, and ethnicity.
I'm going to do it again for everybody else who wasn't listening. What's the average weight of the American black male?
Here is information from Medical News Today.
The American black male's average weight is around 189 to 200 pounds. What's the weight of the average American white female?
The average weight for a non-Hispanic white American female is about 170.9 pounds, which is roughly 77.5 kilograms. Remember, these are just averages, and individual health depends on many other factors.
What is the average weight of an American black female?
According to UNT Health Fort Worth, the average African American woman weighs approximately 187 pounds with a BMI of 32.2 and would need to lose almost 20 pounds in order to reach just the top of.
I'm doing these. What's the average weight for the American female?
170.8 pounds. According to Medical News Today, American women aged 20 years and above weigh an average of 170.8 pounds, according to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention.
Now, I could also do Asian women as well. Most men do not like that big body size. I'm sorry. It's not me being mean. It's not me being ugly about it. I want you to think about this. What's the average weight of the American Asian woman?
The average weight for American Asian women is around 135 pounds, or 61.2 kilograms, for non Hispanic Asians. Some studies show averages closer to 145 pounds, or 65.4 kilograms, depending on the study's population.
So, we eat a lot of greasy foods, the black community. A lot of them are addicted to food. Now you're seeing that if you're bigger, it's much of a chance you're not going to get picked as much for marriage. Less of a chance. I'm not saying it's impossible. Your chances just go down. And I'm only doing this to show you the differences in income, differences in height, differences in weight. Remember, average height is 5'4" for black women. Average height for black men is 5'9". So you have a good 4 or 5 inches above her, but she wants a tall man at 6 foot. Everyone is fat? Not really. Here's the crazy part. Why don't fat women like fat men? You literally weigh. So that means if the average black woman was the same height as the average black man, she would probably outweigh him by 15 pounds. Especially if he could fit 5 pounds each inch. She would probably outweigh you by 15 to 20 pounds. You got to think a lot of black men carry high testosterone, so that builds a lot of muscle. Believe it or not, I was at 200 to 210 pounds, fresh in the Army, my first few years in the Army, and guess what? I was considered overweight, but I had 10% body fat. They took another measurement and they said, oh, we made a mistake. You're at 8% body fat. So if you're athletic, you're going to be overweight per schedule. They're talking about when you're looking at the body mass index, you're looking at it for people who are non athletic, the average. When they say you should weigh this much, they're not putting in consideration people who are athletic because muscle's going to weigh tremendously more than fat. It's like having a brick. What's more dense, a 5 pound brick or 5 pounds of Play Doh? So you're going to need more Play Doh, which is volume. Then we have to look at temperament because a lot of temperament of women have changed through the years. So when you look at the style and temperament of Great God Stream, who the hell's that loser? Somebody get rid of him. If you don't, I will. I want you to think about this, right? Still complaining about women. No, I'm not. I'm just giving averages. Notice I was talking about everybody. And I'm pretty sure you still complaining about those goddamn veneers. And I'm pretty sure now. Off with you, you ugly dirty bastard. What you need to complain about is your wife getting dicked down by her real side niggas. Bow. Bow. We suffer your ignorance no more, you jackass. Now, let's look at this, right? Black men tend to be the more in shape sex when it comes to the black community. You taught him to be charismatic. You taught him to be fly. You taught him all these things, and I complain about any goddamn thing I want. You nerdy bastard. The reason why you couldn't complain about women because you couldn't get any. Oh, oh, oh. You had to go back to your mother country to get an arranged marriage, you little bastard. So, get the fuck out of here. Now, back to the programming. Now, you send most black men who are very stylish, in shape, charismatic. You send them anywhere. You're going to stay like a sore thumb. Remember, we require the least out of any man to please. So, a lot of women will look at you and say, "That's it? You got the most demanding woman on earth." So, a lot of your demands that you see are being met very quickly, without hesitation. So, when we go through this narrative about black men and black women, we got to see who's the more expensive. We're going to go into another demographics too. We're going to go into another demographics, right? Because we're going to solve a few things. Multitasking, folks. Multitasking. Let's look up another subject matter. And we're going to go back into height again. Going to go right back into height again. What's the percentage of black men that are above 6'2"?
Around 12% of black men are 65 years of age or older. Black men have a lower life expectancy than white men, so fewer reach very old ages. But the overall.
What's the percentage of black men that are the height of 6'2"? Very much interesting. Let me see. The average general rule adult male population of 6'2" and taller is 3.9%. So roughly 4% of black men are above 6 foot. 6'2" or taller. 3.9. So remember, the same person that's almost 190 pounds at 5'4" is also looking for a man that's 6'2" and above. You have a man that's the most accommodating, the most stylish, the most charismatic, to a lot of women, handsome. And you got to think, you really can't afford this guy. You really can't. You really can't afford for this guy to leave. Because for every black man that leaves out the community, you're not going to be able to replace him. Because look at your sons and grandsons, especially if you put them in high learning, such as parochial or Catholic schools. If you're living out in the counties where there's more white people, is he bringing back his mom? No, no, no. I want you to think about this very carefully. Are black girls taught to cater for their men? I watch Cowboy Bebop and I love it. If that Asian chick is willing to help him with his homework, drive around in a car, cook for him, do all these magical things, what do we get out of it? But in our community, if we don't make a certain dollar amount, we're broke. Even though she's asking for the money because she doesn't have it, obviously. So let's look at it, right? You want the most out of anything, but you give the least back. You want the most out of everything, but you give the least back. I think it's kind of crazy. Let's look at it. Let's look at educations. What's the average reading level in America?
The average reading level in America is around the 7th or 8th grade. However, over half of adults read below a 6th grade level, struggling with complex material. Many others have strong literacy skills, but there's a wide variation in reading ability overall.
Now, 7th to 8th grade level. And this is from 16 to 74. over 50% of adults, 130 million, read below this level according to estimates. Only 44% can have strong comprehension. There are about 45 million U.S. adults who read below a fifth grade level, struggling with things like prescription labels. Now, let's look at this one. What is the average reading level for an American black boy?
The reading proficiency for American black boys shows significant gaps. Recent data indicates that only about 10 to 19% of black 8th graders read at a proficient level, and even fewer 12th graders reach that level, around 6%. This highlights a need for focused interventions and culturally relevant teaching.
Think about it. By the time you get to the 12th grade, black males are reading at a proficiency at around 6% on a grade level proficiency. And you're wondering, what does this have to do with everything, Charles? I'm going to tell you what it has to do with everything. Which percentage of black mothers have their children overall? About 61% of black women have had children, which is slightly higher than the national average. By the end of their childbearing years, 87% of black women aged 40 to 49 have children. Now, 61% have from 15 to 49 have a child at least. At what percentage do black women get custody of children? While precise figures are hard to find, about half of black children live with a custodial parent, often their mother. Roughly 47 to 49% of all custodial parents are black, and there's been an increase in legal orders for black mothers over time. What's the percentage of black children being raised in single parent homes? Around 48% to 66% of black children are raised in single parent homes. Recent data from 2023 shows nearly half, or 49.7%, live with one parent, though some sources cite higher numbers. 66% of African American children live in a single parent home, most likely the mother. So basically, roughly 70% of the children. So, at roughly 70%, right, of the children are being raised, and the mother's considered the first teacher. You following me? You see where I'm going? If you want to have children and you want them to be successful in life, are you picking someone who does not see value within those children? Are you picking someone who sees a need to cultivate those children? And the problem with it is that if the majority of the women have children, when it comes to single parent families, what do we have here? And only what? 6% of 12th grade boys in the black community can read on level? So if you have a man in the black community that can read or surpass his level, on it or surpass it, he's above 6'2". Hell, if he's above 5'9", he's above average height. If he's in some type of shape, athletic wise, if he's charismatic, dresses well, if he does a lot of things that you're supposed to do, you're going to have what? A man that every other woman is going to sought after. And then he's in his community, right? His community where he's treated like shit. Hold on. I want you to think about that. He's outside of his community. He's getting treated better by the females of outside communities. He's dressing and charismatic and speaking away and walking away and talking away that attracts multiple women. What are you creating? You're creating a monster that can go in any culture, deal with any woman, and he can relate to anybody. So you got to realize this. When you look at the statistics we just pulled up, hold on for a second, folks. You got to realize this. You're making a man that every woman is going to sought after. Every woman's going to lust after. Even if he's not above 6'2". Let's look at the average height of women around the world. And by the way, this trend is largely driven by single mothers, with about 70% in the black community being raised by single mothers. And this is contrast with the white children around 20 to 64%, Hispanics around 40. What's the average height for women around the world?
The average height for women globally is around 5 feet 3 inches, which is about 160 centimeters. However, it varies by region. For example, Dutch women are taller, averaging over 5 feet 6 inches, while women in Guatemala are shorter, around 4 feet 11 inches.
So even if you get a chick that's 5 feet 6 inches and you're 5'8" or 5'9", 5'10", you're still dramatically taller than her. See, the reason why they want to hamstring them is because you got the goddamn James Bond of men on Earth. You got the coolest motherfucker on the planet. You don't want to admit it. You want to shit on him because if he realizes this, he's not going to want you. He's not going to deal with you. He's going to avoid you like the plague. And this is not me hating on black women. I'm just giving, at what point did I talk about nor complain about black women? I'm just giving you numbers. That if you took some woman from a different culture, it doesn't even have to be Asian, it could be African, from a different culture and he's making 65K to 80K, he's going to be highly appreciated. This isn't me talking about complaining about black women. This is me answering the question. The secret expenses of black men in the mating and dating. And here's the thing. The only reason white men are so sought after is not their looks. It's because they have this white supremacy that is global. Even though it's dying, it still exists, folks. They have the emphasis of power and resources. Black men don't have to be dirt poor and somebody's trying to fuck you. Okay? Somebody's trying to lay down with you. What did my boy Aaron say? You put a black man in the gym for 3 months, it looked like you've been there for 3 years. You put any other man, race of man in the gym for 3 years, it looked like you've been there for 3 months. They want the act. You're right, Namer. They want the access of white supremacy through that man. But gee golly, Jimmy Willikers, you're just hating on the women. Sure I am, kid. Sure I am. I'm just giving you the truth. May it set you free. Especially when I'm letting motherfuckers know. Look, at the end of the day, you gotta understand, everything costs. I don't give a fuck if it comes to beauty. I don't care if it comes to strength. It's currency. It's a lot of currency. Don't forget to hit the like button, people. A lot of people will try to say, "Oh, you complain about." No, I'm just giving you the. I'm just giving you the thumbs up. I'm just giving you the hit. You put that black man, that average black man out there anywhere on this planet, he's sought after. You can't keep him, especially when they start treating him well. When you are the heaviest woman, and this is what and I'm going to say this to a lot of parents with daughters. If you see your daughter starting to get overweight, the best thing you can ever do is get her on an exercise program. Instead of buying her some expensive shit, her fucking weave and all this other shit that will do her no good, get her a personal trainer, get her a nutritionist, start feeding her fruit, salads. Stop allowing your babies to become obese. Because do you know what happened to a lot of young black girls when they get obese? A lot of that depression and low self esteem goes through the roof. Do you want your daughter to be looked at as less than and have lower chances of getting a good man for her? Because we need to stop lying and saying there's some guys, there's some guys who love this type of shit. We need to really keep shit funky. And this isn't no hate. This is actually big concern. There's a lot of concern that I have. Stop giving your daughters comfort food. And people say, "Oh, you only talking about the females." Even if your son is a big husky dude, here's something that boys have an advantage over girls. It's called sports. It's called sports. The motherfucker could be a heavyweight high school wrestler, an offensive lineman, a defensive lineman. There's a lot of stuff he could do with that weight and size. Tell me what a big ass chick could do with her weight and size on average. Tell me if her dating and mating actually goes up. And this is not me fat shaming, hating. No, we're using logic. Tell me if her dating choices go up or down the more weight she gains. Please. Tell me if everything goes up in her favor the more weight she gains. I just want to know. Inquiring minds. Gots to know. And you're telling me, right? A dude who's 6'3", who's way above average height, who's 320 pounds on a professional football team, he's not sought after? How many dudes are looking for a 250, 5'2", 270, 5'2" woman? How many dudes are looking for that? And let's not talk about the health risks. Let's not talk about the health risks. I want you to think about that shit. If you're dealing with women with better shapes, better figures, better attitude, better treatment, that dude just became expensive. It's an old saying I had to a lot of women. You should have got me when I was cheap. Why don't women like that saying? It's because they expect to come lesser and lesser valuable, but still want you to pay premium prices for them and their pussy. You can have 6 kids from 5 different men, and I'm supposed to pay top dollar for you and take care of, put you in a fucking 5 bedroom house with you and all your little brats with you. Do you have no shame? Let's flip that on the other side. How many women are going to do that for the man with 5 kids by 6 kids by 5 different women? How many of you? But that's the equivalent of what you're going to tell me. Oh, you shaming. No, you can have your preference and like who you like, but I'm going to tell you this one. If I had a daughter and she started gaining weight, I'm going to do my best to do something about it. I'm not going to give her comfort food. That's another thing in the black community. A lot of motherfuckers need to admit they're addicted to food. We'll admit that they were addicted to drugs. We'll admit that we're addicted to alcohol. We'll admit that we're addicted to pornography or whatever the case. But we won't admit that we're addicted to food. We use it to comfort ourselves. I've trained women plenty of times, and they told me the same goddamn thing. When they got themselves in shape, they noticed a different pool of men, a better class of men. You don't go for homosexuals if you can catch the eye of a six-figure guy. Let's just call it what it is, right? Oh yeah, dodging fitness like a motherfucker. I mean, oh shit, don't. We got Rodney up here. When it comes to fitness, they like this, my boy. A salad? Oh shit out of here. A salad? Get the fuck out of here with that salad. That's how they with the salad. The fuck out of here with that salad shit. A fucking salad? A vegetable? What the fuck is that? If I'm hard on men about their fitness, and I'm hard on myself about my fitness, if I want to see black women actually, you know, gain a little bit of traction, try to keep some of their men, I'm giving you game. I'm giving you game you can pass to your daughters, man. Exactly. Exactly. Toya tells her story when she was overweight. But what's respectable about Toya, she did something about it. And let me ask you this question, class. Do you think Toya's choices in men and class of men went up? Think about it. How many of these broads go out and take all these pictures of different plates of food? But you hardly see any of them take any pictures of a gym, a fitness center, a weight set in their bedroom. It's kind of funny. You will pay $5,000, $2,000 for a purse, but won't spend $50 to $100 on a weight or workout set. Not even a ratchet set you could put on the back of a strong door, lock it, and just dig in for 25, 35 minutes and just work out. Last time I checked, folks, every time Toya enters a chat, everybody's whistling. But no, Charles hates women, right? But Charles is trying to make motherfuckers actually winners. You a hater. No, I hate women, but I'm actually giving your daughter some good advice so they don't become the easy girl. So she doesn't have the low self esteem to think she needs to drag herself down and do some really sexually explicit things, if you know what I mean, to get a boy's attention. I mean, you could go to the thrift store and get you a good sweatsuit, get you a goddamn spend $200 to $300, get you a stationary bike, and put a hoodie on it. You'll burn so much fucking calories to get a sweatsuit. You'll burn so goddamn much you can sit right your ass right in front of a TV or put your AirPods in and listen to some music. Listen to a book. And that's just wait. Look at temperament. Temperament plays a part when it comes to why black men are highly valued in the dating scene. Every woman across the nation and other nations will tell you black men are so easy to deal with. Let's look at it. They're less demanding, they're more catering, they'll actually help with the dishes. They don't have a problem with it. So he's already charismatic, he's already dressed nice. Most likely, he's probably taller than the men in my country. And now he's helping with the dishes. He's putting the baby away. What's up, country? Like, share, subscribe. Hit the cash app, folks. Hit the cash app. And if you already hit it, let me know in the chat. I'll salute you. And I'm going to tell you why there's a resentment. Part of that, a good part of that is from slave. You look at us the same way racist white men look at us. We're the lesser than, we're the downtrodden. But here's also some other news. You look at You're jealous that we can maneuver in and out different places that you dreamt of. Not too many black women can interracially date. Not too many black women can interracially date. The attitude alone disqualifies you. The weight alone disqualifies you. Most of the time, you go out into the interracial scene, you're fetishized. You're a fetish. Don't get mad at me about that. You're a fetish. You're a fetish. Those guys will sleep with you, but they sure as shit not marrying you. And that has to burn you up inside at some point. It really does. It really does. It really has to burn you up. How would you feel if the only person outside of your race, every time a person outside of your race finds you attractive, they just want to fuck you? How does that feel? That has to fuck you up inside. Oh, keep talking shit, I could give you a permanent ban. But then again, I don't have to talk shit. Look what I could do. Bink, bink, Dapper Dons. What's up, bro? Even though I'm not FBA, the women I met from different parts of the world are curious about FBA men. So you're not wrong, Dr. Faulkner. If FBA men realize how valuable they are, it's game over. You know, glad you mentioned that. After I had to suspend that troll's driver's license. You gotta see yourself as valuable in the get go. But when you're bombarded by niggas ain't shit, from the time you walk, from the time you walk, that's all you heard. You're gonna be like your no good ass daddy. Niggas ain't shit. You're not gonna amount to anything. So by the time you get around different people, and you start to get a different reaction, Shit changes quickly. And that's what I'm trying to tell black men. What happens? What happens when black men? Oh yeah, thank you, Dapper Dons, for the cash app. Don't just meet them there, beat them there. Appreciate it. This one's for you.
By the power of Grayskull.
Thank you for your support, bro. Of course. You're gonna love the hell out of your concubine. And how many black women are willing to give it up to a nigga, to a white guy, who's racist? How many of these chicks are secretly ghetto gagging? I'll wait. I want you to think about this. How many how many black men degrade themselves in any type of interracial pornography, dating, or anything for the behest of white women? You don't really find any. But how many times if I go to a site and look up ghetto gaggers, and what am I going to find? Usually a Confederate flag, a white little hillbilly looking white guy, and a dizzy headed black chick, letting him do all kinds of disgusting things to him that his perverted mind can go. Where do you see the same equivalent for black men? And I'll wait. I'll wait on that one. There you go. There you go. You think they would let a nigga scam you like that? You really think they will let a nigga scam you like that? And here's the difference. When are you gonna allow a white chick to have a Confederate flag in the background, doing all kinds of what genre do you see that? They made a genre called ghetto gaggers because you made when they told you certain behaviors are not good for the race, and you galvanized it. You fetishize yourself to the whole world. Why do you think it's most likely a passport broker get married than a passport check? They see you when you go overseas. People look at you as a man, When she goes overseas, they see her as a fetish. Give me a second. We're back. And even with the white one,
What can I say? I mean, I've been with white women, and I can say I have to be extra cautious because there are women who do fetishize us, and you can tell what they look like. They usually have like they wear a certain type of jewelry with a pendant that indicates that they're about that. And big shout out to the Field Marshal Ron Wells, who talks about the dangers of the sexual underworld and why we need to be well educated about that stuff. But
of course,
hmm,
of course.
I mean, you'd be surprised how many folks are into that cuckold shit. And one of my boys, one time, he got approached by a couple at a bar, and he didn't understand a word they were saying. It wasn't until the bartender explained to him what they said, and he was like, "What?" And he had never understood the cuckold thing.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't blame that. I don't blame him for that. But I'm also a bit of weary about certain people. But at the same time, at least the ones who are genuinely attracted to you, they will show that they're genuinely attracted to you. Sometimes the way they flirt with you may be a little bit weird, a little bit different, or something you're not used to, but she'll let you know. It's just sometimes they
Yeah,
just don't know how to communicate with us. That's the problem because you're so used to how black women treat you. You just like you don't know sometimes if like what if this woman is showing you genuine interest or is you're being set up.
yeah.
I mean, Dr. T. Hassan Johnson has talked about which demographic was mostly in his in his black male study courses. A lot of
I
them
think
were non-black women, and you find out that most of them, if not all of them, were dating black male co-eds on campus. And the reason they were taking this course is because they wanted to better understand them.
you think they're not going to be able to.
I will say this. I will say this. Black men in general, but African Americans in particular. African Americans, first of all, your experience in the New World is a little bit unique compared to other groups. That's not to discount what Caribbean men have dealt with, Afro Latinos men have dealt with, but it all varies in the sense of which group of white folks you were dealing with, language, attitude, mentalities they had towards them. But a lot of you
Yeah.
guys but a lot of you guys are joined at the hip in the sense that you guys were taken from the old world and brought to the new world against your will, and you're basically the product of a hodgepodge of interethnic mixing and whatnot. If y'all were to compare and contrast and realize, oh, this is what y'all went through. This is what we went through and whatnot. How was it like for y'all? Okay. And then y'all understand, congregate and understand the black male experience of the new world. I myself, I try to understand it, although I cannot completely relate. I mean, I can relate in certain ways, but not in every way. But coming from the old world, I can understand, like, okay, this is what you guys go through. This is what we go through. And for those of us in Europe, we understand, like, if we're of a certain stature and whatnot, women of other races will find us attractive as well.
And that's the most hated thing about black men. Why do you think women talk down to you? Why do you think the world talks? Because the black men left America.
So, first of all, you guys, it's on your backs that the American economy and the American, miracle was built off of.
Not just that. We're the ones. Name one war America didn't win without black men.
Not a goddamn one.
You think those white boys were doing the hardest? You think they didn't send black people to the worst and hardest fought camps?
Does anybody remember the movie Glory?
You think go look in World War II, and they
Even
sent the black Negroes up to the worst
mm-hmm.
camps because they wanted to use them for cannon fodder, but they came back and they rescued the fucking Jews and survived.
Charles, here's something that might surprise you. World War I. Do you have any idea how many European countries that had colonies in Africa? You know how many of those countries, especially like the British and the French, were recruiting African soldiers to fight in the trenches of Europe, especially in France?
Tons.
And many of them were used and through pseudoscience at the time, some were used as cannon fodder, but many survived. And then when it came to the peacekeeping afterwards, like especially like the Senegalese soldiers who were there to make sure that law and order was maintained in Weimar Germany, the locals had a very good appreciation for them. Some of the women even fancied them. And these were dudes from Senegal. How many American GI after World War II found love in Japanese wives in Japan, but German, French, British women. And then how many came home from Korea with Korean wives? I haven't forgot about that Jet article that BGS posted about a few years back.
Mm-hmm. Why do you think Alicia Baumgartner's eyes look the way she does? Because she has a Korean grandmother. I mean, why do you think her eyes look? That's from her.
What's the name of that? What's the name of that one show? It's a drama. It's a drama series with Keith David and Lynn Whitfield. One of the women who played their daughter in that show. She was born to a Korean mother and an African American father.
Mm-hmm.
Forget the name of that actress. Yeah, I'm gonna look it up. Because you'd be surprised how many people have some like born to African American fathers and Asian parent and Asian mothers.
And notice you rarely hear the other way around.
Rarely, rarely. Most of the time, if it's an Asian father, it's usually with a white mother. Brandon Lee, anybody? Devon Aoki, Steve Aoki, for that matter.
Rarely hear about it.
Mm-hmm.
But yet, when I talk about how expensive black men have become, I'm wondering if black women can really still afford them. And I'm not saying
Unless they're
this in an
homosexuals, but go
I'm
ahead.
not even saying if the homosexuals left. And we're not even
Mm-hmm.
just talking homosexuals, because homosexuals is what they really don't desire. That's what they could get.
Mm-hmm.
Let's look at this on a very functional scale. You're telling me, one by one, we can go get sexually exploited by these different races of men, but we can't get them to marry us.
As I said before in the chat, for non-black men, race was never a barrier for sex. It was always a barrier to marriage.
Yeah, you were always something to knock off. You were that fetish. Oh, I slept with a black woman once.
Or just somebody they can, they can get involved with when they want to step out. Oh, here's an actress who's mixed race. You ever heard of the name Merle Dandridge? Charles?
Nope.
Okay, there's a show that Oprah produces called Greenleaf. Stars Keith David and Lynn Whitfield. Like I said, there's a woman in there. She plays their oldest daughter in that show. Her name is Merle Dandridge. She was born in Okinawa to a Korean mother and an African American father. Father was in the Air Force.
Mm-hmm.
Father was an airman. What's the name? What's the name of that singer? Amory.
Hey Marie, I think she has a Korean
Amory.
mother. Hey
Korean
Marie.
mother. Yeah, She was born in Massachusetts to a Korean mother and African American father. She was partial,
The
and
original
her
passport.
father. Yeah, her dad was a chief warrant officer. All right, so she'd been all over the
It's
place. Yeah.
now you see why there's a lot of black women who don't want their sons to go to the military.
Anderson .Paak, anybody? Anderson .Paak. He's of Korean descent, mother and father African American, and it says here, Anderson's mother was born to a. He's of mixed heritage. His mother was born in Korea during the Korean War to an African American father. She was abandoned in an orphanage and she was adopted by an African American family in Compton. Okay. All right.
Mm.
And Anderson .Paak's wife is Korean.
Mm-hmm.
Yo, you remember Benson Henderson?
But yeah, he has a Korean mom.
Korean mom, African American father, married to His wife, I think, is white or something. Is white or Latino? Hang on.
You're breaking up.
Smooth. How about now?
No, it's better.
Okay.
But wait a minute. He's married. I think he's married to a white woman.
Let me look it up. Look up his voice, his family.
I gotta ask this one question.
Mm-hmm.
Does when he goes out dating, does he ever hear your mama black?
No, it's like Tiger Woods. His mom's Asian.
Why you dating your mama black? I'm not trying to
No.
fuck my mother. I'm not trying to date my mom. Or your mama black. Sometimes you can't believe that silly shit like that used to get us from actually moving around the world.
Mm-hmm. Yo, speaking of which, I'm gonna say this about Vincent Henderson. His wife's Latina, if you understand, but here's what happened. If you remember, uh, April 20th, 2013, he fought Gilbert Melendez, and he won at a UFC on Fox event in San Jose, just not too far from where we grew up. He won by split decision, and then after he won that fight and retained the lightweight title, you know what he did? With his
Propose.
mom in the cage and his girlfriend, he proposed. Yeah, he got his knee and proposed to his fiance right there and there, his wife. I'm sure a lot of people got mad after a lot. I'm sure a lot of black women got mad after that.
I don't think he
Happily
cared.
married and has 4 kids. Yeah, he doesn't care. He's happily married with 4 kids now.
Your mama black? No, she isn't.
No, she isn't.
That's what you need to tell them. Your daddy black. You listen to him?
Yeah, he was. He was. Always will be.
Hey, gamer. Your daddy black.
Yeah. My dad was also dark skinned. My mother's black, but she was also light skinned. But she's also light skinned. What else is new? Not on my only black, I'm also African. And what else is new? So the whole your mama black, your daddy black thing, it makes no difference. You like who you like. You're attracted to who you're attracted to. Just you find the right person for you and make the most of it. You got a good person, you got a good woman in your life, you should be and you're good.
Your daddy black.
Yeah, my daddy was black. God rest his soul.
What you doing with white women? Your mama black. So stupid when I hear that.
Look at it.
Like,
Oh man. No, Tommy Sotomayor had the best response. He said, when women say my mom was black, I said my mother's also dark skinned. Should I get with somebody like that? My mother's also 60 something years old. You think I should be with a 60 something year old black woman? My mom's short. You think I should be with a short, dark skinned 60 something year old woman?
yeah. Yeah.
What is wrong with it?
Well, it's always about controlling what you do, but that's what they say.
What? This is
I don't,
dick police and bullshit. It gets annoying.
I don't need to control my mouth.
So I'm like, hey, run your mouth all the hell you want. It doesn't affect me.
Hmm. But your mama black.
Thanks for noticing.
I'm gonna just remind you, your daddy black.
What else
I
is new? My
just
dad was also an engineer. He was good, and he's okay. And he's okay. My father's with the ancestors. He's good.
I just think it's very interesting.
Yeah. Charles, your daddy's black. He got a flat fist, and I know not to fuck with him.
Yeah, yeah. I just think that people waste a lot of time on nonsensical shit.
It it's trivial because and people just want distractions so they don't have to deal with serious matters. Oftentimes, that's the problem with a lot of people. People just want to get caught up in things that really don't affect them because it's just they just want to be entertained or something like that.
Ugh, of course. It's almost disgusting. And like I told him, I
Almost.
said, go out there into the
Hmm.
world and see your value. Go out into
Yeah.
the freaking world and see your value. There's no reason why you should be skimming. There's no reason you should see. I don't get it. When when black boys go out into the world, it's kind of scary.
I think a lot of people need to encourage black boys to expand their minds and not be afraid, not be ashamed of what they're interested in, regardless of what it is. I mean, if you're of the creative type and you like to go into art or like the performing arts or whatnot, more power to you. It's just don't let nobody try to kill your dreams like that. You know,
Hmm.
I mean, you had an Afro-Cuban who showed the world, and he was like he's one of the greatest ballet dancers of all time.
Huh?
Yeah, you got the late Jeffrey Holder. He encouraged a lot of black students to take part in the performing arts, and he kept encouraging young men and women. He always told them he always had, and remember he had them in a big group hug, and he would tell them, when you go out there and perform, you're not just performing for yourselves, because somewhere out there in the audience is a little boy or a little girl who's going to see you, and they will be inspired to do what you're doing.
Hmm.
So that is the responsibility you have to carry. Because as much as you guys are in learning the craft, you also have to protect and respect the craft and pass it on to the next generation. When it's your time to become teachers.
And when you take that teaching job, it's going to have to be held at a very high standard. You wonder why black men go anywhere on this earth. You're valuable. If a black
Hmm.
man hard enough, if you navigated through all the fucking school to prison pipeline shit, all the
Hmm.
criminal justice bullshit, the educational bullshit, you know what you just made? You made a goddamn superhero.
The fact that you be able to overcome some of this shit and become even a better person and not come out bitter, that's a testament in itself.
That tells you how great you are.
How many people have lost themselves in the process like Nietzsche said, like, when you're fighting monsters, you have to guard yourself and make sure you don't become the very monster you're fighting.
Sometimes you have to by default.
Hmm.
Just by default. ABM, how you feeling? How you doing, ABM?
Maybe I think he's at work. He's probably doing some work right now. It's the work is never done as electricians,
Nope.
blue collar jobs. You guys have got to be on the call every now and then.
Oh yeah.
Mm.
Somebody's got to do it. Shit.
Yeah. Buster Bus's late father was in construction.
Yeah.
Yeah, Buster Rhymes' father was in construction. He was blue collar through and through. Buster didn't want to do that job. That's why he wanted to. His heart was in hip hop.
Yeah. I mean, I think he made out for himself. He's like that.
Mm.
Might have done well for himself.
He did probably well for himself. He's in his early 50s. Got to see. He's worked hard. He's seen his kids. Go on to finish high school and college. Put his kids through. Been able to make it such a success for himself, but also make sure that supporting his family and giving back to the community, to the hip hop community in particular.
Hey, but black man's
Mm-hmm.
valuable.
Black man's value.
Black man's valuable, man. You got to do a little something.
Black men all over the world are valuable in their own unique ways. From the guys doing all the dirty jobs to all the guys in the white collar professions and the Fortune 500 CEOs. We all got to respect each other. We all got jobs to do.
Yeah.
Just like the doorman at the Ritz Carlton has to tip his cap and open the door for guests coming in and out. To the bellhops, to the people in the back, the administrators. Just like how in the military, you got your field officers, you got your communications officers, your intelligence officers, you got your staff officers, logistics. Everybody's got a role to play. Everybody's got a job to do. And it's all for the greater good, or for whatever the objective is for that particular company.
Not you, black man. You ain't shit.
I never claimed to be. In fact, on my behalf, if you could just raise a glass of cognac, I claim to have never been shit. But I will say, like Eddie Griffin once said, sometimes instead of looking at my own brother and saying he ain't shit or I'm not shit, we should come together as butt cheeks and be the shit. Oh man.
Only neighbor silly ass was thinking that.
And that was Eddie Griffin actually said that. Come together like butt cheeks and be the shit.
Might as well. Everybody treat you like it.
What we got? Oh, we got a message. All right. Take your time, fam. That's ABM. He's just like got to handle something. Yeah. Hey, Charles, what you making anyway? What you cooking?
Different stuff. Some Mostly breakfast food.
Hey,
Here's,
fair enough.
ladies and gentlemen, Captain Jack in the building. If you don't write the check, it ain't happening,
Assalamu
boss.
alaikum. Hey, what's up, Sandog? Sandog, I've been chopping it up with that brother for quite some time, and man, the conversations we be having, man, very insightful. Sandog, my brother, man. That's my brother for real, for real.
Gotta appreciate, gotta appreciate the sharing of knowledge from knowledgeable brothers.
Yeah. Getting the link up with I gotta get you on WhatsApp one of these days, man.
Yeah, definitely.
You know? And the frustrations everybody has and everything. Like I was having some conversations with other cats, about stuff like this and realizing
I think a lot of times when it comes
African.
to
Go ahead.
I think a lot of times when it comes to black men, I think
Hmm.
they don't have a fear of inadequacy. I think they have a fear of actually being powerful beyond belief. And you've been told to tamp
Hmm.
down your abilities and capabilities for so long that when you become a free man, you don't know what to do. You're
Hmm.
like slavery in America. Okay, you're free. Get the fuck out. Where do we go? So where do you
You don't know
return?
where you've been.
You go.
But where's that? We don't know. I don't know where
You
I
go.
am.
You go to another proverbial. Let's say you're put in proverbial Jim Crow when it comes to relationship with not only the
Hmm.
women country, but once you actually go outside your country, you know, go outside and find your God and religion, as they say, and see how the world really works, you become a
Yes,
much wiser man about it.
but
Yeah.
again, that's the thing, right? You would have to look. This is the thing of understanding history, right? Because again,
Hmm.
right, failure could be born out of a fear of success. So if you understand your history, if we don't do it, it's not happening. If you don't
Yeah,
walk out of Africa and fuck a Dysenovian or Neanderthal, right, humanity is not happening, right?
Hmm.
If you don't fucking fight off 6 feet baboons, crocodiles, right? Tarantulas, rhinos, hippopotamus, lions, various versions of leopards, right? So you have to understand everything that we accomplished to get humanity going, bro. Like that's no, like I said, that's no joke. So if that was actually if that was actually other people's lineage of being quote and unquote primitive, which means to be first, which means to be fundamental, they would celebrate that shit, right? So
The
you gotta
foundation, the basis.
so yeah. So think about how badass. Think about how badass you were, Nyama, when you were when you had to confront 400,000 years ago when you had to confront damn big ass baboons and herd elephants and all of that stuff in order to get humanity going, right? So
And we
you
had to
have
do and we had to do it on 2 feet because we were just getting used to being bipedal. No, we were bipedal by then, but
yes,
also considering that we almost went extinct at one point,
yeah.
yeah,
So
you got to
correct.
think
So
and
about it.
overcoming the harshness and trying to
but
harshness
You
of
got
the
to
Charles,
environment, messing with trying to find new food sources, everything. But continue.
you got to think about it. You conquered the short-faced bear, a 12-foot bear that can run 40 miles per hour. That's a
Hmm.
thousand.
With ingenuity,
You
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 had to
conquered
outthink it.
you conquered the largest cat that ever lived was the American lion, a thousand
Hmm.
pound kitty. You conquered the
yes,
woolly man. Hell, you damn near hunted him. You pretty much hunted him out of it.
The giant
yes,
orangutan. There was a giant 30 foot, or was it
correct.
10 foot tall orangutan in Southwest Asia, in Southeast Asia.
Correct. Yeah, you saw him in the Jungle Book, right? King Louis.
Hmm.
Correct. And so, and this is what I say. You have to. So, for example, Charles, right? First of all, I
Hmm.
can't confirm. I can't confirm which kind of African he was, but it was an African man. A lot of times he's depicted as black from Libya. It was an African man that helped Jesus carry his cross. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So when Pontius Pilate wanted to kill Jesus, where did he go? Did he go to Europe? Did he go to the UK? No, he went to Africa, right? Moses, right? Peace be upon him, right? The lawgiver. Judaism is born in Africa. Moses' wife is what? Ethiopian, right? She's from Nyama's people, right? So Moses' wife is Ethiopian. In Islam, it's even recognized that Moses was very dark-skinned. So he was very dark-skinned, right, and accepted into the house of Pharaoh, again, as a son, right, and a brother, but he was, quote unquote, very dark-skinned. So Judaism happens in Africa, and the Bible says what? When the Jews left Egypt, they were referred to as a mixed multitude of people. So set that aside, right? Now, when it comes to my beloved Islam, right, I owe it to Nyama, my very religion. Why? Right? Because
you fled to my homeland.
Correct. And so
the Hijra.
Yep, Nyama's king, right? His great-great-great-great-granddaddy, right? So when the Muslims came seeking sanctuary, he protected them from the pagan Arabs. Because if he hands over the early Muslims to the pagan Arabs, there's no Islam today. Right? So when you look at, matter of fact, Africans were the first people to accept Islam outside of Arabia, right? So now you got all the Abrahamic faiths. Whenever they were in trouble, you read your Bible. Matter of fact, Pharaoh Tahaka in the Book of Kings was a Nubian king who ruled Egypt in the 25th dynasty. He's mentioned in the Bible. What did he do? He saved Israel from Assyria. You know what I'm saying? This is in the Book of Kings. And so my whole thing is that if this is what happens when you allow other entities to educate your children, right? So now if you were to know this type of history, right? Knowing this type of history changes your perspective and worldview on so many different things. So what's common knowledge to Sandog, Charles, and Nyama? This is not common knowledge to the greater, this is not common knowledge to the greater black man world. Like, again, what did Charles tell you? Damn an airplane, damn everything else. I'm going to tell you something right now. Nothing trumps raw masculinity. Like Charles said, you fought the American lion, 1,000-pound cat. Like, come on, like, bro, do you know what it's like? Okay, I'm gonna go what's gonna become the Congo Kingdom, and I'm up here on my own 2 feet, bro. Do you know what's in the goddamn Congo? Do you know what it'll be like to see a chimpanzee or a bongo ape or a gorilla face to face to settle the Congo?
Yep.
Come on, bro. Talk to me, man. I'm gonna tell you something. You want some scary shit? Spend the night in the Congo rainforest. I'm talking everything from the bullshit that crawls on the ground, that hangs out of the tree, that comes out of water. You know how dangerous it was to terraform that shit for human beings to
not to mention the chances you could fuck around, eat the wrong, like if you ate a like bush meat, you could fuck around, end up with Ebola, or you might get monkeypox or some other disease you never heard of. And you had to and the lack of, and here's the thing, how many pharmaceuticals are trying to patent certain types of plants and flowers in these rainforests and jungles, which have medicinal purposes.
Correct. And this is what I'm trying to say. So medicine, you are the foundation of all of it, right? Shout out to Nyama. And the matter of fact, Nyama, your ancestors from the dawn of time were seen as the most pious people on earth, to the point where the Ethiopians were so pious that the Greeks used to believe that Mount Olympus was in Ethiopia. right? You know what I'm
Man,
saying?
about
Yeah.
think
So
about
yeah,
that
I just want to
sometimes.
say this, Charles, and I'll shut up. Memnon, the Ethiopian, he was such a good swordsman. People said to watch him fight was a work of art, right? Was a damn work of art. And he gave Achilles that work. Like, come on, bro. Wake up. I'm shutting up, Charles.
I was just saying, look at
Good to
the.
see you, bro.
It's always a pleasure. You can speak as long as you want. People love you here. I mean, how many times have you looked throughout the history of black men? King Mansa Musa. I mean, they said we can't. This man was so rich. We can
Hmm.
estimates. They try to say he had 400 million. Try about the estimates are probably try about closer to 20 trillion because he owned the gold ice. So he's he's in the upper trillions. Look at look at the pharaohs. They said your black skin because of the pineal gland. The darker you were, the world thought you were more intelligent than they were.
Hmm.
But now we've to the age where the black man is not even appreciated in his own country of origin in America. And I tell everybody, fuck that. Your 20s is supposed to be your adventure and going to seek knowledge years anyway around the world. Go out there. I encourage every boy who reaches hell, you should have a passport in your teenage years. Tell your parents to get you a passport. You turn 15, 16, get a passport.
Hmm.
You should literally, if you're going to wait till 18, get a goddamn passport. Go see the world. Educate yourself. But go right back into it. I'm smoke. Um,
Hey,
because
what's up, y'all? I'm here.
what's up,
Hey,
AB?
what's good, AB?
I want to, Charles,
How's
just
the
if I
work?
can interject something, you said
Go ahead.
something very powerful that I love,
Hmm.
which got me to come to the panel. Charles said, name one war you won without me.
Yeah, name one
Hmm.
fucking war without black men. Go ahead, finish. Then we go to ABM.
You know? And that's the question. So the next time, we're criticized in those open circles by certain people, I would ask that question. Okay, great. Name one war you won without. Name one from starting from the Revolutionary War. Name one war you won without me that I did. Name one war I didn't participate, and name one you won without me.
Mm-hmm. All of them. We are your ultimate warrior. We are your
I
most American.
mean, mm,
We're your most American Americans. We
Again,
believe in your.
Naima and I had this conversation. We were talking about that offline, and
mhm,
and I classified people into old world and new world. And the truth
mhm,
is that African American is the man born purely of the new world. Everybody has ties to the old world because remember, a lot of your Europeans wouldn't show up in America until late 1800s and the
mhm,
1920s, right? And so a lot of people, to include the people of Europe that we live with, they have
mhm,
old world values, hence the slavery, hence all the forms of tribalism, everything else. Those are
mhm,
old world values. And so if you look at African Americans, right? African Americans are the least tribal group in the United States. And so as a result of that, they pay for it publicly, they pay for it politically and economically, right? Because they're not tribal. So, remember in the history of the United States, most immigrant groups, when they first come to America, are what? They're redlined to Black America. And so,
mhm,
people say, well, Black Americans made fun of me. They did this, they did that. But okay, Black Americans don't like you, but they patronized your businesses. Black Americans don't
yeah,
like you, but you lived with them. You lived with them in your neighborhood. So if you are of Asian descent, Arab descent, African descent, you know what I'm saying, South Asian descent. Don't sit here. You can't sit here and Latino. You can't sit here and tell that lie. So yeah, you might have come across some people who said some shit and everything else. But if the black dollar only fucking stays in its own community a matter of seconds before it leaves, that doesn't sound like a xenophobe, a racist, or a to me.
Nope. In
That's
fact,
not.
some of them also took their cues about style, fashion, whatnot from African Americans, as well as Afro Caribbeans as well, for that matter.
Oh
Because
my
remember, you
God!
had plenty of
Well,
Afro
for
Caribbeans.
you
Okay.
Africans, period. I want to drop kick y'all because fashion stole a whole bunch of stuff from y'all, from jewelry, clothing patterns, and everything. And what did I tell you?
Kente cloth.
Right? Yeah. And what did I tell you, Nama? So now that you guys have been separated from your divinity, right? Because if you separate somebody from their divinity, you also separate them from their humanity. So now you have so much of Africa that has been taken from you, and you can't even recognize it because you've abandoned what it is to be Dahomey, what it is to be Ile Ife, what it is to be Songhai, what it is to be Mali, what it is to
Wasulu.
Yeah, what it is to be Zulu. You abandon
No,
that.
Wasulu. I said Wasulu.
Okay, Wasulu, yeah. So again, these things were abandoned, right? Because remember, as a result of the cultural and intellectual violence, again, waged against Africans. Because funny enough, those Africans in Brazil are closer to what the Yoruba were in the Oyo Empire than the actual Yoruba still sitting in Nigeria. They are culturally closer, and so you have to, and so and again, this would be the thing, right? You would need a Renaissance man where you would recognize your own divinity. So I'll give you guys an example because Naama and I already covered it. So for the Yoruba people in Nigeria, the Ife people, they had a god named Ogun, right? And so Ogun is the god of iron, technology, and warfare. Tell me where you've seen that in the Marvel film, right? And so now, if I now convert to a new religion, and I no longer worship,
Iron Man, Tony Stark, yeah.
Yeah, and I no longer, because remember, in the miseducation of the Negro, if your education is not tied to your culture, it's worthless. So now, if you take away Ogun, right, and Ogun is the god of metallurgy, because remember, West Africa never had a Bronze Age. They went directly from the Stone Age to iron, right? So now, if you remove Ogun, you are removing my ties to technology, metallurgy, right, and warfare. So you know, so now those materials are no longer valuable to me. So now I'm Christian, now I'm Muslim, and you sent me to Oxford, and I have a degree in political science, right? So now my ability to mine and smelt iron and turn it into things is gone. You know what I'm saying? Matter of fact, one of the major slave revolts in the United States, that guy, the guy that was making weapons before they got ratted out, the guy that was making weapons for them was an Ogun worshiper. That's why he had the skill set to make weapons. And so once you have successfully separated a people from their divinity, and you told them that their culture was backwards, that they were inherently evil, right? That everything about them was inherently evil before you showed up, bro, and if they accept that, that's the beginning of the end, right? And so what a lot of people don't get, again, right, because there's an infantilization of Africans. So a lot of Africans accepted these religions in the beginning, not necessarily because they believed in them, but probably for certain kings, it was about better facilitating trade, right? Or activity to trade, more so than them actually believing in it. But sad and most unfortunately, that was the wrong move diplomatically, right? Because now, once you accept this religion and then you get your people to embrace it, now these foreign powers, through their religion, have soft power into your culture. You know what I'm saying? Whereas when you still had your own different systems, right? You know, hey, you know, people people really had to stand on business in order to deal with each other, as opposed to, hey, you're my brother in Christ or whatever else, wink, 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 right? So, again, right, you have to, cannot separate, and you cannot separate yourself from divinity and expect to advance, right? Because now that you've accepted these other religions, you run the danger of deifying other people in their culture and not your own. And if you can't see yourself and your people and your land as holy, then you're going to run into a lot of problems.
We've been robbed of our knowledge of who we are through Western indoctrination and Western and the education system they used during colonialism. So we ended up being taught to think like our colonial masters, but they did it in a way where we were smart enough to operate the machines, but not smart enough to question, until others pursued higher education and started questioning things. And that's where the Pan-Africanist groups came about. That's also where the independence movement started coming about.
Yeah. So
by the way,
if you were on this earth a few 100,000 years before everybody else, right? If I was African, I'd take offense, right? You're on this earth years before everybody else, and somebody gets off a boat and says, "Let me tell you about God." Really, bro? Really?
Imagine that bullshit right there. Let me tell you about God. I am God.
Shaka Zulu. Henry Kelly, God rest his soul.
Charles, if I sent you the clip of Shaka Zulu, that clip I always talked about, would you play it?
I'm gonna see if they let me play it.
Hold on. I'll send it to you right now.
If you could
Sam Dog, I want to ask you something.
Hold on.
Okay.
Get other people in. ABM, you there?
Yeah.
What do you got to think about how expensive black men have become, that we might be too expensive for our women nowadays? What's your thoughts on that?
I think what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Oh shit.
Oh Sheila. I
think women don't like. I think American women are just too self-absorbed, and they don't understand that most of the shit they talk is a two-way street, and it's really their fault because they don't want a society where this is a woman's lane and this is a man's lane. They want, you know what I mean? They want to horn in on everything they see men do. So for example, one of the double standards is, men can rack up bodies, women should not rack up bodies. That's not ladylike. But they don't like that rule. They should be able to rack up bodies just like a man racks up bodies, and it shouldn't be anything wrong with it. But then they don't want men to say, well, hey, fuck that. I want to get spent on too. Everything's not about pleasing a woman. At some point, I got to get something out of this, and you're going to have to come with something other than you let me hit it because you have a body count.
Yep.
The vagina is not as special as it used to be. So in this modern era we're in, we're pretty much in 2026. We are a quarter century into the new century, right? Times have changed, and men are not going for that shit anymore. Where I'm just supposed to settle for the same old cooch that you gave 75 other dudes, most of whom didn't spend half of what I spent on you. Nah, you have to come with the same shit. You have to be willing to, go for broke. Because who the fuck is doing that? You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, you might see that from the celebrities or the ball players or the rappers or something. You know what I'm saying? Hey, he bought his girlfriend a whatever car, cost $200,000. Okay, he's lucky. Most of you bitches, you're not going to get a Toyota Camry off a man. At best,
The
he's going
Toyota
to help
Camry.
you pay for it. At best,
Mm-hmm.
he's going to help you make those payments. And
Or
that's
give you
that. You know what I mean? And
ideas
the
on how
same
to.
time, yeah. And in the
Mm-hmm.
same time, hey, you're going to have to do something for me. It's like when me and Charles, when we was going over our rules. One of the rules
Mm-hmm.
was, I'm not doing anything for you that you're not willing to do for me.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have this, okay, so like for example, women always have this price tag or this price range when it comes to how much an engagement ring should be. So let's say a woman says, well, I think an engagement ring should be at least 15 grand. Okay, you're entitled to your opinion. Now, are you willing to spend 15 grand on me? Because if not, we ain't getting fucking married. Fuck you.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all putting to a lot of women because, you know, in America, most men, they don't. These conversations are coming up now because women have forced men's hand.
Well, you know what it
You
is.
cannot get
So
out of a man what
sorry.
you are not willing to put into a man.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You know what? I can just go get a prostitute right now, pay whatever I'm going to pay, pull my pants up after the deed, and say thank you, see you later. Which is way cheaper than what you want me to spend on an engagement ring, and less headache. So
Let me put
women
it
made
this
it this
way,
way.
ABM. Let me put it this way. They want top off the lot Ferrari prices for a fourth hand Pinto with the bumper all fucked up and the side and the one of the side mirrors hanging barely. One of the axles fucked up. Ain't been had a oil change in decades.
Who
Can
was
I
I
be
just
honest about
listening to?
something?
That's
I was just watching somebody. I can't remember who it
Mhm.
was. I was just watching somebody. They said they want the Carfax report.
Can I be honest about
You know what I'm
something?
saying? Like
Can I
I
be
want the
honest
Yeah,
about
Carfax
something?
report. Go ahead.
Over there,
yeah.
folks.
They was
You
the
boss.
thing about it is, oh hey, how y'all doing? The thing about it is that, like, I mean, they've always been like this. The phrase "mama's baby, papa's maybe" didn't. It
Hmm.
wasn't a phrase that came about all of a sudden in 2020 or whatnot. Like it's been like that for the longest because I mean, back in the day before the internet, they were at least able to mask it. They were able to mask it, even though we knew it. We saw it in plain sight. I mean, cheating was never. It's not new. It's not new. I mean, you got Maury built the whole cottage industry off of it. So, I mean, it just comes with the territory. Even the church girl with the long dress down to her knees and the glasses and doilies design around her neck. Even her is, getting smothered out by the football team. If I'm making any sense here, it's just that they're now more brazen about it. So I mean, and the messed up part about it is it doesn't matter what culture you try to escape to, they all do it. It's just a matter of how much of it can you put up with, how much can you tolerate, how long will it be before they violate, or even because I know I've never cheated on a chick, but I am a man whore when I'm single. So body counts and all of that shit. Yeah, is it double standards? Of course it is. Of course it is. But I mean, unless you marrying somebody from a monastery or from a Muslim faith, and even that's questionable. You're not going to get what you want. Let's just be honest. Not sexually. You're not going to get what you want. So what do you do? Do you get sensitive about her whole facts, or do you just see her for what she is and call it a day?
You see, you fight with the army you got, not the army you want. And I've always said, I'm never gonna tell you to. I've always said, young men should have a count. I know it's a little controversial, but of course you wrap it up and keep yourself safe. A lot of mothers be like, "Why are you telling boys they should have a count?" One, because after a while, you get over the pussy rush. Two, you get so used to it that you're gonna ask for more from this chick. You actually defeat. If you got to think about it, why does she want the simp after she has the kids? Because she knows she has the power of the pussy over this. She knows that motherfucker got a pussy count of like two fucking crusty socks and a blow up doll. That's his body count. But she's not gonna go to the dude who's actually okay. I'm wise to your bullshit. Why should I marry you when you didn't fuck with me when we were teenagers? And now we're in our 30s and 40s.
Paging Boyce Watkins. Paging Boyce Watkins.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. so so why the fuck should
And
I
he's
mess with
extra
you?
moist.
So I
It's
just want to
moist.
say this thing, and I
Go ahead.
don't know, guys,
Oh,
if
go
I
ahead.
can get what again. I don't know why you guys don't listen to old Sandog when you look at certain movements, to include even the civil rights movement. When you or here's the thing, the hijack civil rights movement. So let me correct that. The hijack civil rights movement. When you look at something like feminism, the hijack civil rights movement, and some of the other movements today, the biggest issue about these movements is that they're not actually about freedom and autonomy and acceptance. These movements are about power, right? So when you look at the feminist movement, the women suffrage happened when American men, when even not even American white men had the complete right to vote, right? So the thing is that with these movements, they're only interested in the top 5% of people. So for them, equality exists within the top 5%. It's not with the average everyday person that you're going shoulder to shoulder with, right? So, like I was talking to one of my friends, right? And I was like, okay, I get it. So, you're folk, and she was like, well, wouldn't we need that power to protect ourselves? And I said, correct. But at the end of the day, you could get the position, but you can't enforce it. So without men, you can't enforce it. So I said, can you go back and forth to work every day in safety? Yes. You know what I'm saying? Do you walk out your door not having to worry about being raped or sold into slavery? Yes. So you know what that means? That means that 90%, the 90% of men that you're ignoring, that means that they're on your side. Because if they weren't, it wouldn't be safe for you to leave the house. So I compared it to Black America and Jim Crow, right? The United States government makes certain decisions about discrimination, right? We have a constitution, we have a Bill of Rights, right? But there's this thing called Jim Crow. And why was Jim Crow effective? Because the people on the ground were willing to support it. So Jim Crow doesn't work. If a white guy looks at black water fountain, white water fountain, and goes, man, that's stupid. Jim Crow doesn't work, right? Okay, black people sit in this rail car, white people sit in that rail car. If the white guy on the ground says, that's stupid, Jim Crow doesn't work. So the very fact that you could leave your house, that you could have a job, that you're not worried about being raped, sold into slavery, or God forbid, even worse, that means that the average man that you are overlooking on your quest to power, you're ignoring your biggest ally, which is the average man, because you're focused on fighting the top 10 or 5% of people. Right. So for some of these movements, man, you have to be careful. Again, this is why even amongst women themselves, you would have intersectionality in the early 90s. Because what? Other groups of women began to complain and said, hey, right, this movement is for rich bitches. It has nothing to do with me. Right. So you have to understand that within these movements, although they claim to be liberation movements for women or certain groups of people, I think a lot of these movements are more or less engaged in class warfare than they are actual freedom and equality.
Oh, definitely. Who wants to get in that?
Quick word. You see what
Go
happened
ahead.
with Michigan's head coach today?
What?
Mm-mm.
The black dude, he got arrested and fired
For what?
for he something with a female staffer. Like he
Uh,
got arrested. So they had to fire him immediately. Whatever he did, because she's
mhm.
pressing charges. They call it an inappropriate relationship or something like that. But I mean, it sounds like he may have did something he had no business. Because I mean, like I said, he got arrested. He's in. I don't know if he bonded out yet, but he's definitely in jail.
Mm. Well,
I, I'm just. I mean. Would
it goes back to it goes back to.
go back? Go ahead. I'm listening.
I know they didn't show the victim,
No,
but
they didn't show it. I mean, it just happened today.
and
Okay.
please, Lord knows if it's a white girl, he's up the river without a goddamn shit. He's up
Without a
shit
paddle.
without a paddle. And I
You
mean,
just shake tree without a paddle.
you gotta think about this, man. This is a guy who's probably how old is the coach?
Hmm. He looked to be in his late 30s, early 40s, though.
Late
I'm
30s,
gonna
early
look it up.
40s.
I'm gonna
Yeah,
look it
somebody
up.
look it up.
What's the two things I always said black men are not used to? Power and power and freedom.
Mhm.
He's 39 years old.
You making millions of dollars, and you're younger than me.
Uh,
The best football schools in the nation. And you pull some dumb shit. That's like Barack Obama jerking off on an intern or something.
Live on TikTok.
You know? That's because you see the white boys do it. What's the rule of thumb? Doesn't mean we can. The penalty is that much harder. And this
You don't shit where
it's
you eat.
they lost. You want to get in lost?
Oh yeah, sure. I'm a little behind on the topic. What y'all talking about?
The
oh,
original the original topic is about the expensive value of black men around the world. Because when earlier during the show, when the height of a black man, average height of a black woman. If the average height of a black woman's 5'4", the average height of a black man's 5'9", why does she want a 6 foot nigga? You already got a dude who's almost 6 inches taller than you. Why? Why is it that we can go anywhere and everybody sees our value, but here, go ahead.
Honestly, I think it's just novelty at this point. Like I've asked chicks why they would want that, and they'd be like, "Oh, like it'd be the dumbest. It'd be the dumbest shit. Like, oh, I just want to look up at him, or heels, or it really doesn't mean anything concrete. But then when I tell them like, hey, you know, some of the most dangerous fighters are about my size, right? It goes out the one ear, not the other.
Well, you got to think
It's
about it, right?
oh, I'm
When
sorry,
it
go ahead,
comes to
Trey.
when it comes to combat, women never really had a very long stretch in combat. Women never had a really good stretch of logic. Because of course you got some of these pandering motherfuckers. Difference between a baby daddy and a father. I said, if you could tell the difference of that, then why did you pick the bad motherfucker? You go out of your way to throw pussy like Captain America throws a shield to this nigga, and you thought he was gonna be a good father. One chick I know, she married the second guy. The first guy's in jail. He won't be out of jail until his daughter's 18 and she's 15. And he's been in jail since
Yeah.
she's like 1.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck do you like? I really had to ask this question. What the fuck type of men do you pick? You bitches really don't pick men because you really want.
It's like the man just said, Charles. It's novelty.
Yeah.
They've been told this throughout the generations. Black women do not think. Black women just do. They wake up and they just fucking go. You know what I mean? Like a leaf blowing in the wind.
Mm-hmm.
And wherever that breeze takes you, that's where you're gonna go. You know what I'm saying? They've been told this so many times. It's like when you hear that song on the radio, the first time you hear it, you don't even like it. But you hear it 20 more times. Next thing you know, you tapping your feet. Then if you hear it 100 more times, next thing you know, you buying tickets to the concert.
Yep.
They've been brainwashed into thinking that that's what it is. Gangster, thug, you know, hey, integrity, character, none of that matters. It's all about what makes my pussy wet. And I get wet off, you know, oh, he gets bitches. He gets all the hoes. Oh, he got 4 baby mamas. Oh, he must got some good wood on him. That's what they
feel
go
good.
with.
Make
You know
her
what I
feel
mean?
a certain way.
And then when they even get the most perfect man, they be like, oh, he was too perfect. And that's why I left him. And I was like,
yeah,
that makes no sense.
Because they're addicted to fucking drama. That's something else that they've been brainwashed into thinking that, you know, like Tyler Perry, you know what I mean? Hey, you're a black woman. You're nothing but something that gets beat on, get raped, get abused.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's all you are. And if that nigga ain't doing that, then something ain't right. Or it's too good to be true. So let me run back over here with this nigga over here. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
and it'd be one thing
you can't keep trying to help them. You can't. This shit has been said over and over and over again.
You don't want to
throughout the fucking decade, yo.
You don't want to leave.
And it'd be one thing if the dude. Okay, I get it. Like when I see like a Nick Cannon, I get it. He's successful. He's worked hard. He's like he has a resume, a line and stuff of where like he could take care and he's taking care of all these children. Like I remember his son. They said like, oh, it's being detrimental, but his son is like super advanced. Like knows multiple languages, has access to all his resources, all his contacts. I get that. But these chicks be having babies by bums. I don't get that.
That's for control because they can have control over them.
It's a control aspect and it's a self-esteem aspect. You know what I'm saying? They have to fuck with somebody who they really view as they're better than.
Look at this way also, Lost. If you remember Black Phillip, how Patrice O'Neal was explained to certain guys what kind of relationship they're in with a woman, he would say, that girl's a shark and she's just dating you like you're a seal. She's just with you just for the time being, just so she can get her self-esteem boosted, but she's not really into you like that. She's just using you for now. It's like a shark. It's like a female shark dating a seal.
Women don't talk about money with men they like, especially black women. If a black woman likes you, money never comes up.
I've heard
you don't have to have a job. You don't have to have a money. I remember when I was younger and I used to have like homegirls and I would hear them say shit like, oh yeah, he got green eyes. Yeah, I'll let him, I'll have his baby. And I'm like,
oh yeah, that mixed race passing, baby. You got them white genes. If you got light colored eyes or light colored complexion,
yeah, I would like to have his baby. You got good hair. And like, what the hell?
I gotta throw this in.
That's your criteria?
I gotta throw this in. If you know my history in the 90s, this is why I never dated a conscious chick. I always saw them as sluts.
The way
because they
speeds.
always tried to do the power grab. So, I just smothered them out. If you want to offer the taco thinking that it's going to get you some perks, well, I mean, the joke's on you because I ain't coughing up shit. But some of the best relationships I've ever had was with chicks who didn't know. They knew nothing concerning financial statuses or anything like that. They just liked me for me, and then you never
They were
reveal,
genuine to you.
right?
Mhm.
You never reveal what you sitting on. You let them figure it out on their own. You let them guess. Take them out to eat, stuff like that. Leave a nice tip, all that. So it's like, well, he ain't broke, but at the same time, he not trying to be extravagant. You're not trying to flash. You never do that.
No.
Because once you lead with that, it's over. It's over.
Why do you think? I mean, to your point, bitter. Why do you think a lot of women are always getting upset when a guy wants to take them out for coffee?
Shoot, I try to take a Spelman chick out who I went to school with, and she's a teacher. And I just asked her, didn't hear from her again.
You don't ask. You
You
just
know,
take them. You don't ask. You just take them. Like, hey, let's get together. Where we going? It's a surprise. You know what I'm saying? It's a surprise. Usually, I tell them, I'm taking you to the best restaurant in town, which means I'm cooking at my house. You understand what I'm saying?
Gen X and Gen Z has become so
Prostituting.
materialistic, so prostituted that it's not even about getting to know the person you're fucking sitting across from. And this is why a third of the black men in America that get paternity tests it comes back they're not the father.
Yeah.
These bitches don't even, you don't even know his middle name. You don't even know his blood type. You're not 100% certain he's the father of your child because you're too fucking worried about how much the bill was at dinner for nothing more than to boost your own little fucking ego, because the self-esteem with most black women in America is so low that this is what it comes down to. A simple, hey, let's hook up and talk and hang out and enjoy the sunny day on a Saturday afternoon. Nah, that ain't good enough.
Bro, dating is for
But you'll hop
girlfriends.
in a bed, but you'll be gladly hop in a bed with a nigga with tattoos on his face. He has 1 foot in the penitentiary. The nigga's on parole. Babies in different states. Yeah, you'll gladly fucking pop the pussy for him though.
probably got a house
Random
arrest
man in
bracelet
Atlanta.
too.
Y'all remember that video series, Random Man from Atlanta? This chick came from a
No.
upper middle class neighborhood, and then when you saw the baby daddy that she was making all these TikToks about, you're like, oh well, that explains it. Like, no pity party here, honey. you pick Roscoe. You pick Roscoe.
Yeah.
No, but I'll say it again. Dating is for girlfriends. I'm not taking you out to dinner on the first date or whatnot, especially not on the first
No.
meetup. No, we're not doing that.
No.
But
No.
she's looking for a protector.
Bullshit. That's just shit they say. That's just shit they say on the fucking podcast.
Well,
That's the
I carry.
that's the shit
You
they
don't feel
say for the podcast to sound cool and to sound so deep and so thoughtful on a fucking podcast. The reality of it is they just have the same way they all buy wigs, they all get acrylic nails. You know what I mean? They all nowadays they all want to have the septum rings. Everything they see somebody else do, they want to do, right? It's the herd mentality. It's the same thing. One chick likes the so-called bad boy. Well, everybody has to like it. That's what's cool. That's what, I want to be with the cool kids. And
It's
you
that
don't
hurt
wake
shit.
up out of that shit until you're 35, until you're pushing 40, you got a couple bastards, and now you want to get on a dating app and have all this cute shit in your bio about how you you ready to settle down. You're looking for something long term, and you have all these standards, and and all this. And I think black men need to, mentor these fatherless children and shit. Like, bitch, shut up. You just want
No,
somebody to come clean it up now for you.
no. I tell them. I said that's an extreme no. Why do I have to raise a child and not have the fun of making them? So these little bastards that you did, that you came out with, and now you wondering why these little YNs are running amok. You're scared of your own goddamn children. You thought you could easily intimidate your children until they became bigger and stronger and faster than you. Now you're like, I need a man. No, bitch. Have that same energy when you said you don't need one. This is the reason why I said, if you look at the value in things, how many times have black men saved this goddamn community? I'm still looking for one time that women saved their own damn community. Let, let's look at the 80s for a minute. There was more black women affected by crack than black men.
Oh yeah.
How many? How many of y'all were giving kids to your mama?
Look,
Y'all,
I,
y'all.
I, I I'm
I
sorry. Go
remember.
ahead.
I'm gonna say this real quick. I remember I'm on social media one time, bitch showing off herself in a fucking nice body, but she's showing off her body after she had her surgery. Oh, 4 kids where? I said, where they always been at their grandmother house. Don't
Look,
get mad.
that that crack era. I look. The kids sold the crack. The parents smoked it because the parents
Mm-hmm.
were coming off that whole hippie stage where they were smoking weed and doing heroin and whatnot, and then came crack. You didn't see too many young people on crack.
No, that was an older person's drug. And here's the fucked up part. How many mothers were selling their bodies and giving the kids to their mothers or fathers?
Oh, plenty, plenty.
Then
I grew up with crack. I grew up with what turned out to be former classmates who skipped school for crack sales. Of course, I mean the typical dead and in jail. Yeah, that was pretty much their future, their fates. But because these motherfuckers were too stupid not to buy Cadillacs and put them big ass fucking tires on it and booming systems and whatnot, just announcing to the world that they're drug dealers. But yeah, the things that you would see behind houses, and you have apartments where the women are just coming in and out of the trap house, wiping their mouths off in a wet box. I mean, it just, I don't know how many of y'all actually grew up in that era where you were cognitive enough to remember it, that from 85 to 89 or whatnot. But man, it was terrible. It was terrible.
I was lucky enough not to live through it, but it touched a little bit of my family. Like on my dad's side, my dad, when he was in the Navy, his first wife, she got into them drugs, and that's how he got custody of my sister. He got full custody. A black man in the '90s got full custody of a daughter, and I was like, "Ooh, it
that's
was
a
that bad."
that's a goddamn superhero. You gotta just admit it. I mean, you gotta think about this shit. And this is the reason why I said we became more too expensive for the community. How many times have black men been great not because of, but in spite of? And I said these, and I say this because you got men who live, Oconus outside the continent of the United States, like Sandog. You have young men who are 25 and below, like yourself, Loss. 50 plus, like Bay, and the rest of us are in our 40s. So it's interesting how, and this is what I tell people when they say, "Oh, this is you just hating on women." No, 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 no. This is the part where you start to notice the black community hates telling the truth. An observation is a motherfucker. And when you're not ready to face the truth, you will always be in stagnation. We're the only community that cannot get up out the fucking mud. You let East Indians, motherfuckers who cook with their goddamn feet in their country, out fucking shine you in your country. Yes, they had government help, but you telling me motherfuckers couldn't pull resources together?
Charles, they literally have a festival where they throw cow pieces at each other.
Yeah. These are the motherfuckers you're letting outclass you and become the number one Americans by income, net income as a family. These are the motherfuckers, huh?
And they sell to you. They sell
Mm-hmm.
to you. Liquor stores, gas stations, corner stores,
And
beauty
you never
supply products. They
and you
sell to you.
and here
Motel.
Yes.
and here's my ultimate gripe against this. Now, one black person goes to, let's say you have Brandon Scott in Baltimore. Why is all these businesses and gas stations owned by Arabs, but you don't give us grants as black people in a 70% roughly black city to do the same? Not one argument. Why are you allowing these motherfuckers to have a corner store, a liquor store, but yet you're not going to give me the license as a black American who lives in the city?
Mm.
These people not sell, not only do they sell to you, they treat you like shit. No customer service. They follow you around the store like they looking for Waldo, and you stupid enough to go back there.
And the
You will,
stores smell. They stink.
And, rem-
Half of the stores stink when you go in them.
and
yeah,
remember when them brothers tried to boycott the beauty supply store?
Yeah.
yeah.
You know what the women
Yes.
did? They
Who,
said,
who was
"Oh,
who was his
so
main
so so we just
opposition?
gonna discount."
Who was his main opposition? Who was the person attacking him?
Black women.
That's the video that made me say, okay, whatever, I'm done.
Yeah, but black men don't protect and stand up for us.
You tell black, you know what that black man was doing? He was trying to be the leader that everybody says he should be. And that's how he got fucking treated for his work, for his time, for his effort, for him giving a shit about black women. That's how he got treated. And what's crazy about that video is not the chick that was wilding out on him. It's the other chicks that was standing there not saying shit, just watching it go down. And I've said this 1,000 times on Charles's show. Black women don't do their fucking jobs. Part of your job as a black woman, you're supposed to check other black women. You don't like a man to do it. You don't want a man to slap the shit out of you, or you don't want a man to fucking, you don't want to listen to nothing a man has to say. Okay, well then, goddamn it, women should be fucking doing it. Black women don't do their fucking jobs. That's part of your job as a black woman. I remember one time being outside, and it was these two homeless people. It was like a younger side dude, right? He was homeless, and then there was this older black chick homeless, and they was arguing about something, and the dude pushed that homeless woman, and she fell down, and four random dudes just swarmed him and beat the shit out of him. Yeah, I remember it was a sunny ass day in the summer, and I remember one dude coming from across the street to join in on the ass whipping. Men
Mm.
understand straighten up other men. When black
Anyone
women
remember
don't do that.
anyone remember the incident in New York with the skateboard? They tracked the dude down and literally stumped him out.
Black women do not check other black women, and then everybody wonders what's the fucking problem. Black women don't hold up their end of the fucking bargain. And honestly, I'm just tired of having the conversation over and over again. You know, when you see these podcasts and, well, you know, give me something to lead and I'll follow. And, well, you know, you got to have a certain amount of money and all. Man, shut the fuck up. You just don't want to be told anything. So fuck it. Hey, don't tell them shit. Don't tell them shit. Everybody else come to this country and surpass black people because everybody can find a way to be on code with one another. Indians, Arabs, even like Africans and shit. Everybody else can come here, be on fucking code with one another. Don't mean behind closed doors everything got to be picture perfect, but in the grand scheme of things, motherfuckers can get together and get shit done. Well, see, their men got businesses and their men do shit. Yeah, because their women don't fucking undermine them.
Yep, say that word again.
Their women will not allow only 10% of their sons are reading on grade level. Will never fucking happen. Indians, it'll never happen. You'll never see that fucking day. You'll never see that day when half of the Asian kids ain't reading on grade level. It'll never fucking happen. In America, custody of the children go to the mothers 90% of the time. That includes black women. Your fucking sons can't read. Shout out to BGS. Your sons can't fucking read. So this means your kid comes in the house with a fucked up report card and you don't do a goddamn thing about it. And you tell me I need to fucking lead.
And remember when I read the stats off? This is the reason why stats are important. You know why? Every fucking time you get to discussions, I can't man. But there's more 100,000 men than black men. Why can't you find a man on your level? Just admit that you're probably low key a lesbian, and admit that you probably don't like men or you don't deserve men.
They think they're too good for us. I mean, that's just what the fuck it is. Like, for example, Kayla Nicole. You know, she's taking her shots still at Travis Kelce and all that. Because she put all of her eggs in the white boy basket. But she rarely talks about Iman Shumpert. She was banging Iman Shumpert prior to Kelce. She's another one of these women who thinks she's just too good for black men. This is what they do.
Yeah.
That's a lot of black women. I'm just too good for you, nigga. And even when they get with black men, you treat them like shit. You talk about them like shit. Like, who the fuck else talks about their men in the same manner that black women do? You can't compare another race of women that do it. Like, it doesn't even come close. They will absolutely push out babies for men that they don't think highly of. And it's like, how can we build anything when this is the mentality? When this is the attitude? It's Generation X, Generation Z. Lord knows what the next generation gonna fucking do. Like, it's over. It's nothing you're gonna do. You can't get it. You know, I'm glad so many men now are saying, fuck that. Yeah. I have value. You goddamn right. Hey, I'm making 80 grand a year. What are you making, chick? When you break it down by the state, you got states all across the Midwest, Michigan, Missouri, Ohio, black women making like 32 grand, 33, $34,000. Texas, they somewhere around 32, 33,000. Georgia is 30,000. You go down to the Gulf states, you go to Louisiana, Mississippi, they're not even making 30 grand. And these are the bitches who give you a hard time. And these are the bitches who tell you, you know, you need to have money for them. You got to pay. You ain't paying my bills, nigga. Like, shorty, you make 27 grand. You don't pay your bills.
Too many times have I been asked to pay for some nails, some hair. It's ridiculous.
I mean, that's because that's all you are in their eyes. You're nothing but, you're just a lick at this point. You know what I'm saying? This is what they do. They do the digital panhandling. They're no different than when you pull up at a 7-Eleven or you pull up at a gas station and hear some homeless man out there begging for change. They're no different. They will sit there and be in your fucking face. They don't really like you. And they're just, it's like when you go fishing and you cast your reel out in the water. That's all they doing. They just casting that out there and see who's going to bite. And they just hoping that some sucker today will give me some lunch money, give me some gas money, buy me something to eat, get my nails done. Like, bitch, get a job. But the nigga they really like, it'll never come up. They'll never ask him for money. They know he don't got shit, and they don't want him for money. They want to get pounded.
You
And
understand
he
the
pounds it.
duplicity
He
of their
blows her
main
back out.
strategy.
More than enough reason to get pregnant by this nigga. She won't tell him put on a condom. She won't have a. Excuse me.
I mean, you got to realize
I
that.
had a nigga with a loud ass, dumb ass system just now. I'm sorry, but like I was
That's
saying,
cool.
they won't ask him for money. They know he don't have any. All he's there to blow her back out, and he blows her back out, and that's more than enough reason to get pregnant by this man. She'll never tell him put on a condom. She won't have a plan B pill. She won't have a morning after pill. None of that. And then of course when he skips town or he gets arrested and he goes away on his attempt murder or his gun charge. They already have the ready-made excuse of niggas ain't shit. And that just takes the onus right off of them.
That's just what it is. That's just what it is, and that's what it's gonna be. You gotta be the lamb for everybody else to feel tragic about. That's what it is. You make everybody else in the world feel better. So, if it's your job to make the world feel better, you got to be lesser than my greater than. And I got to be delusional of thinking that I'm greater because we don't make as much money. As a matter of fact, black women are losing money. Black women are gaining jobs and careers. Even still.
And I hate
I
to
mean,
be
the way
that
I
guy.
was.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go
Go ahead,
ahead.
brother. No, I was just gonna
Well,
say
I want
I hate to be that
to.
guy, and bash black women and shit like that. But I mean, it's like Charles said a minute ago. We gotta tell the fucking truth. Nobody
You got to
tells
tell the
black
truth
women
and shame
shit.
the devil.
You can't tell them shit. And I mean, I was listening to SWP this
hmm
morning, and he, because he got a book coming out, and in his video he said something about black men got to get their money up because that's the only way you're gonna change the matriarchy. And I'm like, sorry, I disagree. You know what I mean? And I keep saying this. All you gotta do is just look at the ball players, the rappers. You don't see women respecting them. I mean, yeah, they'll push a baby out because they want the child support money.
It's
And
that gravy
nobody ever
money.
tell
It's gravy. It's a
you
hustle.
never hear you never hear women coming out speaking out against Future. You never hear women coming out speaking out against Young Boy or Kodak Black. The
No,
morality bullshit and the black men abandon us bullshit doesn't apply to men with money. They don't have to fix shit. That's why you never hear anybody say, "Hey, you rap niggas need to fix the community." They only give that shit
no.
to regular black men.
Mm-hmm.
They
You'll be the one
perpetuate the
she shit on in the
stereotypes.
long run. You're gonna be the one she shit on. Oh, you don't do shit,
hmm
nigga. You some dude, halfway decent job. Pick your kid up on the weekend. You pay your child support. You're there on graduation day, and she'll just tell you over and over again how you ain't shit and you don't do shit.
Mm-hmm.
But nobody will ever fucking say that to Young Boy. Look at
Nope.
Yaya Mayweather.
hmm
She praises him. He don't give a fuck
And,
about that child. Does she care?
and
Nah.
was willing to kill a bitch while she was pregnant with his baby.
Yeah.
I want you to picture
I
that.
mean, that's how ass backward it is in the black community. The regular dude with the You know, he's doing HVAC. He makes 60-something thousand a year. Fuck you, nigga. You ain't shit. That's my child. I carried that child. You don't got no fucking say so. You're here just to pay me child support. Fuck you. And you lucky I even let you see the kid. I mean, this is everyday shit in the black community. But Future, he can bust a nut wherever he fucking wants. Nobody got a problem.
He can be as reckless and irresponsible with his dick, but you can't.
Like for motherfuckers to sit up here and talk about Cam Newton and what's my man you just brought him up a minute ago? Nick Cannon.
Nick Cannon,
You
yeah.
talk shit about them, but then you say nothing about Young Boy. Yo, it drives me fucking insane.
And the crazy thing is, Cam and Nick, they're taking care of the kids. They're actually in all their children's lives, but you want to come after them, but not the dudes that don't really care about their children.
You know why they have such hate for Nick and Cam Newton? That's the apex of what they want. Because if he's gonna take care of the kid, he's gonna take care of the baby moms too. So, you know that old saying, have a bitch about me, bitch, be a millionaire, you know?
Yeah.
They had to settle for the nigga who got 5 kids by 4 women, and the nigga ain't got shit. That's what they're mad about. Why do you Cheyenne Bryant? Why do you think Cheyenne Bryant, Dr. Carpet Eater, the muncher of carpets? Why do you think she's trying to go around her little rounds and tell black men what they should do with her dicks? Do I knock the rubber cocks out of her mouth? No. I don't knock, but guess what? If Cheyenne Bryant, I like to talk to her one-on-one. I would just ask her this one question. Tell me about your drug dealing daddy.
I'll tell you why.
And then your drug addicted mother also. Tell me about that.
Charles, you know, I know, and everybody on the panel knows, Cheyenne Bryant is nothing but a fucking pimp.
Mm-hmm.
It's 2 demographics in America that's easily pimped. It's black women and white people. You want to make money off white people, just get online and talk shit about black people and watch the Cash Apps pour in. You'll have one of the biggest fucking platforms and the Cash App money will come rolling in. Put on a fucking red MAGA hat, talk shit about black people. And what's the proof? The proof is niggas do it.
Yeah, look at Brandon Tatum.
And black women. Black women have been getting pimped since they got off the fucking plantations. You can go all the way back to Madam C.J. Walker. I mean, it's Madam, for crying out loud. Black women have always been fucking pimped. Like, people don't ever tell you that Madam C.J. Walker was selling skin bleaching cream and shit. They don't like to tell you that. Jerry Springer, Maury Povich, Ricky Lake. I mean, it just goes on. Tyler Perry, he's made a nice little $1 billion empire off pimping black women. I mean, it's look at the female rappers, look at the music industry. You know what I mean? At least the old school rap chicks were respectable. Salt and Pepper, Queen Latifah, and Queen Latifah was always a feminist. You know what I mean? Even in her music, but if you listen to her music, she wasn't man-hating feminist. You know what I'm saying?
Moni Love, Lolo.
Now, you know, it's
you better not talk about the queen. You better not talk about the queen, nigga. What the hell wrong with you?
It's fucking
Sexy Red, and all that ratchet shit. Before that, it was Foxy Brown and Lil Kim.
What's the other dirty girl? Sexy Red.
Sexy Red, I mentioned her.
You got
black women get pimped.
Don't forget Sukihana.
Black women.
Sukihana, right?
Nigga up here talking about Queen Latifah. What's wrong with you?
Black women are easily fucking pimped. And you can't tell them otherwise. They don't fucking care. And Cheyenne Bryant is just another motherfucker coming in pimping black women. For you to listen to a lesbian about what you ought to be doing with a man, like, can you imagine if I said that to a woman? Hey, I watched this platform with a gay dude, and you know he's giving me pointers about how to talk to the ladies. What the fuck does he know about talking to the ladies? So why are you listening to a dyke? because in the black community, it's bizarro world. Down is up, right is left.
And then everybody should have caught that she was dyking. How? Because every time somebody asks if she's with a man or she's dating, bitch ain't got no man. And she's at least a 6'7" or above. She's gay. She is gay. There is no reason an attractive black woman, even at her age, is single without her saying that she's a man hater. And then here's the fucked up part. You allow this bitch, not child the first, nothing the first, especially if you ain't got children. Especially if that bitch doesn't have children. There are certain signs you gotta see. And I see this a lot in the police department. You got these chicks who buy a house, buy a nice car, always on trips. No man, no kids. I respect it, but where's your man? But yet, these are the same bitches who give relationship advice. Why are you giving relationship advice if you're single? You never been in one. You claim that you're a virgin, which we know. You know. And by the way, one of the most stupid shit that I hate. If I asked you the last time you had sex, you're gonna give me about a date, or if you don't know the exact date, you'll come close to it, right? Ask women the same thing. Hey, did you sleep with the guy or not? When you say dating or relationship or seeing each other, what is it? Did y'all fuck? Well, did you have sex? Yes or no? God damn. Well, yeah, but I don't count it. See, this is the reason why men don't trust you. Because a lot of your body counts, y'all don't count. But you can't. But last time I checked, you can't unsuck a dick.
Just like they don't count the baby daddies.
Exactly.
Let things don't turn out too well with baby daddy that you was stigmatized, and now you found out that he don't wants nothing to do with you or the kid. They just simply won't count him.
I've
So
heard
you're
chicks
supposed to
say
pretend that the stork came and dropped the kid off and shit. It's like, come on, man.
I've had chicks told me that if he wears a rubber, it doesn't count.
What the fuck?
Don't make no sense.
So
Wait a minute. Lost. Repeat that again.
No, you heard it right, Namer. I've heard that.
Play it. Just run it for me one more time. Just say it to me
I've
one more
heard that.
time.
If
Say
the
it.
guy wears a rubber, it doesn't count as sex.
Who told that bullshit ass lie? Just like some chicks will say, or giving a guy head does not count as sex. I'm like,
Wait a minute, hold on.
letting the
Who's
guy
saying
stick
that?
it in the ass.
Where the hell this coming from? Who says that?
Dog, I heard this shit long before podcast.
Oh, I thought you was saying some shit like that.
I was hearing this shit.
We're here bullshit.
I'm talking about ABM. I'm like, I thought it was him.
I was hearing this shit like 2002. I remember talking to this chick long time ago, and she was telling me, if a chick eat a pussy, that don't make me gay. Like, ma'am,
I gotta get away from those motherfuckers, man.
Ma'am, excuse you, you're a lesbian.
I'll give you another dumbass thing I've heard. Like, you ever heard of chicks that call themselves technical virgins? Because it don't count that they gave up ass. If they let the dude fuck them in the ass, at least they're still technical virgins and never gave up the cooch. I'm like,
a lot of lesbians do that too. Ask me how I know.
a lot of lesbians.
Well, I got a friend, like, she hasn't had vaginal sex before, but she's definitely gave head before. So, and also, I don't really count head as having sex.
It's like a consolation prize at times.
I know it's technically oral sex, but it don't. Yeah, I was like, that don't really. How am I going to say like, oh, I got something tonight. Oh, but
hell no. If you believe that, then you okay with believing that it's it's okay for your girl to go and suck another dude's Peter and come back
Well,
home to you.
at least you didn't get fucked. At least you didn't get fucked. If you're gonna get fucked, at
Yeah,
least let
but
me
if she
watch.
were to kiss you with everything, my thing is this.
No, no, she's
No,
dismissed.
yeah. But here's the thing. Here's the thing you also got to worry about, bro. You can't just like any chick give you head because you don't know where that mouth been and what's in there. Because you know you can still catch an STD from getting head. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, getting head from a goblin. Yeah.
I mean, you know where that hit.
You
You
don't
know
want to
where
get
that.
herped.
You know where them lips been. Everywhere else.
Yeah,
Like
everywhere
like a
else.
like a zombie. Yeah.
I mean, brains, brains. She looking for brains, man.
And you be looking at them too, man. Some of these bros be looking half dead and shit. Like, damn, like, bitch, you done took the T virus, bitch. You about to turn, ain't you? And I
But
don't give a damn if they.
here's
And I don't. And brother Charles, I don't give a damn if they light skin or brown or dark. It's like it's the same damn thing. You know what I mean? You
here's the
look at them.
it's the mentality. You gotta look
Far
at
away
it for
look in
what
their
it is.
eyes, right?
You gotta look at it what it is, right? A lot of you motherfuckers out there never had to deal with a nympho. Never had to deal with a hedonist, which I am a hedonist, self-proclaimed hedonist. So
Them nymphos are too much for me, son. I'm good.
I will do
Shit.
things just for the pleasure, but I know how to dip my toe in the black vortex and keep my fucking get out of it before you drown in it. And
Mm-hmm.
there's people, when I mean the black vortex, that means to the point where it's either addiction, like drugs, and or when it's too dangerous. Me, you got to know when to get out there, get out. And when you're dealing with chicks like that, it's like an unquenched thirst. And once again, I've seen chicks in the department like that, have that unquenched thirst of sex. She will literally, she literally, and these women will tell you, "Oh my God, I was so horny today. I had did something with my boyfriend in the house, hurried up and washed up, and about 3 hours later, I was with another guy." And the guys who they're with are always very generous. They got to prove their love by buying expensive shit. This is the reason why a lot of niggas fuck up the game for other men. Why? Because you're making the hoes think they're more important than what they are. Stop trying to pay $100 for $10 hose.
But the problem
I'm
is though, man, nigga, you have motherfuckers that would try to fight you, like, or to the damn near literal sense, fight you over that fucked up idealistic worldview.
I
Like
mean, they can't.
basically, like because you don't have this worldview, I'ma enforce it upon you to have this worldview.
hmm I mean, you got to think about it, right? Show me where it's different. Show me where it's different. Now, we go down to the fundamental arts of the female brain. What turns her on? What turns her off? What gets her to talk? The number one thing that turns a female on is what? Anybody?
Oh shit! You said the first thing turning the female on.
First,
Fucking the looks.
the first thing that turns a female on is a display of power. Or it could be looks, but mostly a display of power.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You damn right. Yeah, display of power. Yeah.
It could be the man in the uniform syndrome. It could be the man in the gym. It could be the nigga who gangbanging. In their warped minds, a display of power is a turn on.
Like ooh, and to add to that, right, to take a piece from one of my shows I like, Kingdom, which is like back in the warring states of like China and the dynasty areas type shit. Like you got a general like big as hell on a horse, damn it, a war general, and he has like fucking 120,000 troops behind him, and that motherfucker shouts. And when he shouts, damn it, you know what I mean, and yells out his orders, the whole damn field, the whole battleground can hear his fucking voice. Yeah, that type of shit. Yeah, when you got shit like that, when females see that kind of type of shit, yeah, they like that shit. They like that.
And it's funny because you could just have the appearance of the look of looking powerful. For our upside down community, power is the nigga sagging his pants. Power is the wild ass YN.
Oh
Any,
hell no.
anybody who knows true power, power is calmness, it's stillness. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong, which I'm not. The second thing she's attracted to, I'll change it. For first thing is power. First thing is genetics. Second is power. Third, resources. What have you done for me lately? Now, when you have these three things, why do you think she loves drug dealers and shit like that? Don't forget to hit the like button, donate to the Cash App. When you have these certain things in order, why does she like these drug dealers? Disposable money. She wants to be able to utilize you as the pit bull. She wants to utilize you as the pit bull. Go out and do my bidding, no matter how fucked up and evil it is, no matter how much chaos it creates, no matter how much of a distortion of reality you become, no matter how much of a bane on the existence of black people. So
They
she like
showed that very thing in TV shows too, bro.
because this is because stability to women is boring. You heard it here first. Somebody put that in the chat. Stability to women is boring. What's boring about a nigga who could die in a shootout at any time or get involved in a or does a robbery? If you see him robbing somebody and running off, think about it. They think it's romantic. You just robbed a nigga and you split some of the money with your girl.
Yeah.
As if you guys were like Bonnie and Clyde. And
That's
people
the
forget they were short. They were short. Think about that. Think about that. Bonnie and Clyde, not Clyde and Bonnie, but
A,
Bonnie and
re-
Clyde. Not
a
only was she part
reject,
of that stuff. No,
a
not only but just
reject
that, but
version.
also, yeah, I get that reject version. But Bonnie and Clyde, not Clyde and Bonnie, but Bonnie and Clyde. She gets top billing.
I want you to think about this part. Bonnie and Clyde got lit the fuck up by the FBI.
Wasn't it Texas Rangers?
FBI.
Oh, okay. Was
And
it Louisiana and everything? Yeah, right, right, right.
so you got to think about it.
Hmm.
They love this thrills, and they love this nigga till life's too dangerous. They want because you got to remember, if you can live vicariously through the man, which most women do, because a woman
Hmm.
really bonds to a man outlook or likes. This is the
Hmm.
reason I tell you, if you have daughters, it is very important for you to number one, I don't give a fuck. You found out her location. You make sure she does not look into this fucking culture. As soon as she brings home a nigga that look like that, you rebuke him in the name of light skinned Jesus.
Hmm.
There is no fucking way. It's just like I said. If you got a daughter and she's overweight, that's child abuse, my nigga.
Hmm.
The son that's overweight and he plays no sports because I do understand some sports you have to have some weight. But if they're not athletically inclined, child abuse, my nigga.
Hmm.
Hmm.
And this is the reason why there's certain standards. Notice there's no standard for raising a child except one in the black community. Do you know what it is?
What?
Is beat the shit out of them. Don't
Mm.
explain nothing. Beat the shit out of them.
Oh boy, hey, well, I be seeing in Kroger's, but these white girls be, I mean, not that white girls, but these black chicks, man, they be clinging tight to these white boys. I be like, damn, like that's like 5 in a row. I'm like, shit. I'm like, well, y'all about to catch the hell that we've been talking about.
Now here's the thing. They don't. That's a facade. Okay, that's a
Hmm.
good facade. No white boy is putting up with no black chick like that. If that was true,
I'm walking past them and they clinging like, clinging close to each other. Motherfucker, nobody give a shit.
they could kill
She
black ass.
cling out to him. He's doing nothing.
They see you when they try to somebody get face. I don't give a fuck because most of them. Let me put it to you this way: 99% of black women are not getting no Travis Kelsey.
I mean, bro, like this is like five of them in a row. I'm like, damn. Like I seen some coming out and then going in. I'm like, okay, well, good luck.
And I hate it when y'all allow these white boys to come up there and be like, well, you know, them black queens and all that. So wait a minute. Ain't your mama white? She not a queen? Well, oh, you saying this because you know those black chicks are easy pussy for you because they have low self esteem. That's why.
Hmm.
That's why. That low self esteem is a motherfucker for that easy pussy. Oh, come on, man. You know it's not. Hey, what's up, Andre? You're so fucked up, Charles. You talk about they got easy pussy. Yes, extremely. If they give it up to black dudes, and now
Yeah.
you got the unattainable white dude. So what? He looks like Cheddar Bob. So what? He spits tobacco and kisses you. But his white skin will cure all iniquities and transgressions. So what?
The broke genius said it best, man. Easy pussy since 1665. Oh wait, hang on a second. To the brother over there, I just gotta say, earthquake. Shout out
Did
to
you did
earthquake
you
over there.
did
What's
you
up,
hear
John?
about the chick? Did you hear about the chick that got deleted by her white lover?
Uh-uh.
When was this?
And then they this was a couple weeks ago, and then they dig up her tweets, and she got all these tweets about black men ain't shit, and I'm done with you niggas and all this
Oh,
typical shit, you know.
And since these black chicks want to follow out the white girls, well, they better learn that lesson from that Bonnie Blue bitch who went over, I think, Indonesia or somewhere, one of them countries there where they don't play with that explicit content like that. Yeah, and she was
hmm.
trying to make that shit over there, I guess, from what I was told. Damn it. And yeah, and now she's locked up and facing 15 years.
Oh well.
If this was Indonesia, yeah, because there, one of the that's the most populous Islamic state. That's the most populous Islamic nation. So they don't fuck around with that shit. Even though they have Christian minorities and whatnot, they don't fuck around like that. They're not down with that kind of shit.
Hey, I'm gonna do OnlyFans in Indonesia.
You cannot. You can't. If she was if she was inside Bali, all right. But if she went outside of Bali to like the Jakarta or something like that, no. Hell, in Malaysia, they don't tolerate that bullshit. Not even
Yeah,
Singapore.
but
You
you
might
gotta
get caned in
understand she's
Singapore for that
white.
shit.
You gotta understand she's white. What's the worst that can happen?
Do you
I
remember what
mean,
happened in
yeah.
Singapore in 1994?
Yeah, when that white boy got the little boy, they caned his ass.
Yeah, for tagging and shit.
Yeah. Oh, that's corporal punishment. Oh, that's child abuse. Look, you don't go other countries and fuck around. I remember that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
What about the white dude that went on tour in North Korea and he stole a flag?
he got arrested, ended up like all paralyzed and everything. When they sent him back, he died back when he got
Yeah,
to the
he was
States.
dead. He died. He got
He
convicted. They
died.
threw him in jail, and he died.
Hmm.
Sent his
What
ass
they
back
said?
home
They
in a
said when
box.
he
Yeah.
they said his ass home, and they said when paramedics in the U.S. got him back, they said he was like blind and deaf from whatever happened in those camps.
Yeah, gonna make an example out your ass.
They sent him back before he died because they knew it would be all hell would have broke loose if a white man died in North Korean custody.
Oh,
So
yeah.
that was fucked up.
Yeah, you got to think about it. And people want to talk about. And by the way, you know, when you have a lot of these liberal groups, I want you to remember the two National Guardsmen that were killed. One was killed and one was shot. What was this in D.C.?
Green on blue, you're talking about? It was a green on blue incident.
It was the Muslim guy.
He was Afghan.
Yeah, they look the same to me. It's like, let me stop. But
Mm.
let me tell you this. If that would have been a nigga, the nigga would have been dead. And I'm gonna tell you what really fucked me up with a lot of this behavior. A lot of these chicks, and that's what this. You're probably wondering where is this connecting. Do you know how many fucking hate groups there are in America that we allowed in the last 5
Folks would be surprised.
years? And a lot of times we got to think about this. DC is a chocolate city, at least it tries to be. Imagine if you're with your family at a mall
Hmm.
and a guy starts just randomly shooting, but yet
Like what
these are
happened in Buffalo.
yep, these are the women that said they don't need a man. Why, oh why, would you ever say that shit? You're the only demographic of women that
How
would
fucking asinine.
that would constantly repeat this idiocracy and then think when shit goes bad because you really hate us that we should lay down our lives for you and we don't even get respect in return. I'm just wondering that. Am I making sense?
But Charles, we birth you motherfuckers.
I mean, most of you birthed us because you try to keep the nigga. You ain't give a fuck about us.
Sorry, Snowman's not here, so I gotta do it.
Most of y'all didn't give a fuck about us.
Uh-huh.
I just want to put it out there. I just want you to know.
Get on these hippers like some Lieutenant Roastabotch.
Yeah, let's be real. Let's be very real about it.
Hmm.
Even if you save the broad's life, there's no thanks that she'll ever give. There's no act of kindness, heroism, selfless
Hmm.
service that is worth even a speck of thanks to you. That should open your eyes up right there. That's the
Lets you
reason
know
why,
everything you need to know.
and that's the reason why black men need to find their value and see how expensive you are in the world. But we won't. A lot of us are scared. I scared. I scared.
I think this new generation coming up is knowing their value. I just read a report saying that there's more boys graduating high school that are virgins than ever before. And my wife asked me about it. She was like, "What you think of that?" And I said, "I think these young boys just got other shit to do now."
Well, I say I give that a amen and a woo.
Well, the biggest thing is that the culture is now different. So sad and most unfortunately, when we were young, for manhood, especially black manhood, a lot of it was tied to shit that was nonsensical, right? So the whole concept of, you know, you're cool based upon your access to the adult world, right? Which will be sex or other types of things, right? Which will lead people to making bad decisions based upon immediate gratification. I'll give you an example. I'll never forget, I was in the 8th grade and there was a young lady. I liked her, she liked me, until she said, you know, Sand Dog, I'm in the 8th grade, mind you. She's like, Sand Dog, you know, all he talks about is comic books and video games. You know, he needs to grow up. And thank God back then I was self-aware. I was like, I'm 11, I'm 12, right? I am supposed to like John Madden 91. I'm supposed to like reading X-Men Executioner song. Hey, Deadpool #1 just dropped. Right, I think Spawn might have come out around that. Said I had better shit to do than trying to be grown. I was happy. I was happy. I think I just discovered Fist of the North Star at that point. I was happy with where I was at in life. So I think that's sad and most unfortunately, right, for us when and like I said, where there has to be grace given to the women is you have to remember that what was promoted, what Black America viewed as positive representation, and what was promoted was actually counterproductive to what our ideals were. Remember, our civil rights era Black people told us, right, to stay away from gangster rap, and we told them, F you, it's our turn, right? You're just a bootlicker, and this is our message. And now, as a result of that, the word nigger is no longer a racial slur. It's a pop culture term, right?
Yep.
So I am here to tell you, in Pakistan and Iran and other parts of the world, people are saying my nigger, right? And that would be something that Gen X Black America has to eat. You don't get Meg Thee Stallion, bro, without Eazy-E and 2 Live Crew, right? So based upon the types of representation that we were given, and that what a lot of us have gravitated towards, that has consequences, which is why many immigrant communities would look at Black America and tell their kids, don't you go near that, right? So now, and it makes complete sense. So if I'm coming from Eritrea and I'm looking at Black Americans and the first thing I see is Eazy-E, I'm like, oh no, oh no, you're not doing that and you're not going there near that. So Black America, the prolonged exposure, or I'm sorry, rejection that Black America had in our course of the United States, we were not, for lack of a better term, we were not very, there's a better term, but we were not very judicious about the types of representation that we had and what we were given. And so that would ultimately impact the culture, right? So NWA will sell far more records than De La Soul. So if hip hop for Black America is De La Soul, then you don't get Meg Thee Stallion. You get more Lauryn Hill. You might get more Rod Digger, or whatever the case might be. So we have to understand the roles that were played, or that we have played, in regards to creating the culture, like I said, that we currently have. So Gen X Black America, right, we embraced negative liberty. And that negative liberty, sad and most unfortunately, now has become a part of the culture. So if I'm a young Black woman, and what makes a Black man, because remember, media and propaganda is everything, right? So you're fresh out of the civil rights movement. So I don't have media telling young Black women that Black manhood is Booker T. Washington, Malcolm X, George Washington Carver, Elijah McCoy, right? James Baldwin. That's not what's being sold to me. If I'm a young black girl and I'm Gen X, I got Shaft, I got Eazy-E, I got Jay-Z. So the middle
Action
class
Jackson.
Yes, the middle class black man is not being sold to me. You know what I'm saying? Versus if you're a young white girl, you got When Harry Met Sally, that kind of stuff and everything else. So within our media, so think about it. It was so bad for us that when the Cosby Show came out, a large portion of Black America said the show was unrealistic. That's how bad it was in terms of how we gravitated towards certain things pertaining our image. And so what happens is black men at some point, maybe in the 90s or the early 21st century, started to realize something that the women didn't, which was, I need to control my image. I need to control how I'm being perceived. But sad and most unfortunately, you got a good 30-year run. You got a good 30-year run of this negative stuff. So what we perceive as representation, right, and part of our story, other people globally absorb that as truth. So if I'm sitting in Poland and I watch Minister Society, I'm not sitting there thinking that, well, this is an act of Black America. I'm not sitting there putting two and two together from 1662 until today. I'm looking at what's exactly in front of me. So I got Minister Society, I got Snoop Dogg, I got 2 Live Crew and all that stuff. So now I'm sitting in Poland or Nigeria or whatever, and to me, this is what Black America is. Because what African Americans don't realize is that for a lot of these people on the other side of the world, they didn't have the mass access to media that we did back then. Many people in parts of Africa and Asia may have still been operating on one TV channel, right? Or a handful of radio stations. So if you
still do.
Yep. And if you look at the Jewish community, right, with the ACLU, NAACP, the Anti-Defamation League, what happened? They've always been in control of their image. And so again, when you get Italians weren't happy with all those mafia films being made, right? They didn't, they were not, like I said, they were not happy with it. So for us, what happens is when people, so think about it, every other rapper that fucking came out when I was a kid was like, well, why are you rapping about this? Well, I just got to let people know the reality. And this is what my life is. And this is what it's like for the black man out here. So now if I got 20 rappers saying that, you got to remember, these people aren't just talking to Black America where Black America internally has context. When that dude said that, Iran heard it. Africa heard it. The GCC heard it. Europe heard it. Latin America heard it. So the very fact that you were not in control of your own image and you were willing to accept certain types of representation facilitates all of this, right? And so as Jesus, peace be upon him, said, my people suffer due to a lack of knowledge. And so at this point in time in human history, right, if you have a lack of knowledge, if you don't understand that there are multiple forms of violence, there's physical, cultural, economic, right, intellectual. So if you don't understand that and you don't have that competency, you're going to find yourself exactly where we are now on the losing side of things. So even the old world, right, where I live, there was a time over here where people didn't value media. So if you told your parent that you wanted to be in entertainment and all these things and everything else, they'd be like, oh, that's a waste of time. Doctor, lawyer, engineer. But you know what they ended up learning? They ended up learning that, wow, this thing that America has, this media, this marketing, the propaganda, this is how you control your image. And so look at where the UAE changed what people think of Arabia practically overnight, right? Because
the Dubai shopping center.
Yes.
They had they got into also real estate.
Yes.
They also improved their infrastructure, surprisingly.
Yes, and why do you think Saudi Arabia is spending top dollar on entertainment? Because these are the things that are going to change perception, things that are going to encourage tourism. And so again, so for Black
You think it's
America,
entertainment, Sendog, across the board?
huh?
You
Well,
think it's
again,
entertainment like with the UFC, okay, like and all that, and all the
yes,
Boxing. Think
fighting,
also
boxing,
think about
yes,
this.
because
Also think
you
about
get
this.
but they
Hold,
can't touch
Go ahead. Go
football
ahead.
though.
hold
yeah, but
on.
if you get
The re-
entertainment, because here's the thing, entertainment is soft power. So if you get entertainment, you control culture. And if you control culture, that gives you influence, that ingratiates you, right? So let's
Mhm.
look at Japan. Right now, everybody loves Japan. So when you think of Japan, right now, you think of Hello Kitty and Sailor Moon. Do you know what Imperial Japan was like? How evil those motherfuckers were? You know
They
what I'm
were
saying?
brutal.
They were brutal.
It was
And so,
authoritarian. It was
and that's what I'm saying.
authoritarian. You had
Ask
coups.
correct. So ask Japan's neighbors what Japan was like. So you as an African American are
Oh,
saying
Koreans will
it's
have
fucked
something to
up.
talk about.
You as an African American are saying it's fucked up. We dropped those bombs on Japan. But if you're China, Korea, or anybody else, you're like, thank God, right? So again, your image is everything. So to you right now,
Mhm.
Japan is nothing but a bunch of chuckling schoolgirls and a Hello Kitty face. But Japan's
Mhm.
real face is demonic, right? So again, your image, remember when I talked about diplomacy, your image is
Mhm.
everything. And so sad and most unfortunately for Black America as a whole, both the men and the women, we did not understand the value and importance of media. And so on this side of the world, they were guilty of the same thing until places like UAE and China were like, hey, you know what? You know what? Look at what America and Japan has done with this media thing and what it does for their image. And so that's a part of it. Remember, there's soft power, hard power, algorithmic power. And so even when black people dismiss entertainment, right? And they're like, oh,
Mhm.
well, entertainment provides so many jobs and it requires so many different skills. And so what Black America is missing is at the peak of the popularity of your culture, that was supposed to facilitate other business interests for you because you now have the
Mhm.
soft power. So if dudes all over the world are listening to Tupac, right? That was your opportunity to go to these people and engage them in other forms of business because you've already made yourself to some degree endearing or ingratiated to these people, right? So
Mhm.
Black America, bad and most unfortunately, did not use the popularity of peak Michael Jackson for its interest, but the U.S. government did,
Peak
right?
James
Yeah,
Brown
but I
before
mean,
that.
Well,
Peak Motown.
allow me
god
to push
damn,
Mhm.
allow me to push back on that a little bit,
I would say the
if
real
I may.
demon. America has a demon face shit. That's all the hell I was trying to say. Hell, I mean, the America's real face is demonic as hell. Like, come on, man.
Yeah,
Like
but
what
again,
all the shit America has done.
what I'm
So
trying to tell you, Ray, I've been living on, I've lived around the world. PR is in control of your image. Is everything. So and Nayama will tell you, America's face is demonic. But guess what? When I came over here, when people in Africa and Asia, when people want their children to have a good education, you know where they send them? To schools that either have an American or British curriculum.
Yes, that
Let me
is
push
so
back on
true.
the
Mhm.
rap thing for a second, if I may. Um,
All
yeah,
right.
I want to chime in on that shit
I
too.
got dibs. but I got
But
dibs after ABM because it's
No,
the one I.
I'm not
here's
going to
the
be
thing.
long.
hold
I'm
on.
gonna,
One at a
I'm
time.
gonna,
All
I'm
right.
One at a
gonna.
time.
Here's the thing. I'm gonna listen and I'm gonna hear you guys out. But I have to tell you
Mhm.
this: you are not
Mhm.
in control on how other people absorb what they see. So
So what?
you can disagree with me, but I'm
No,
just
that's
telling
right.
you,
That's right.
you're not in control. So once this stuff gets out and people absorb it, how they're gonna take it and perceive you is their will.
So
That's it.
Wait a,
just real quick,
wait a,
I have no disagreement.
wait
I
a,
actually want to just
wait a minute. Wait.
get.
God damn. Who was first?
It was me. It was me.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm not
Well,
gonna be
like
long. When people want to talk about quote unquote gangster rap, first of all, that term is coined by white people. Black people never made that. That whole term comes from white folks. Okay, NWA. Okay, niggas with attitudes, right? Okay, so what was the problem in the '60s when the Crips formed? Because it was no NWA, it was no rap music.
Mhm.
When you look at those what they call them blaxploitation movies, when everybody was a
Mhm.
junkie or a pimp or a drug dealer or a prostitute, um who was responsible for that? Because it sure as hell wasn't black people. There's really never been a time, honestly, when black people have been in control of their image. And when
Mhm.
people want to put it all on rap, right? Like, look at all the other rap you had besides NWA. NWA wasn't even the first one saying the
that's
N-word
true.
on records. They
I
weren't the
mean,
first
right.
ones to do it. I mean, hell, you had Curtis Blow. I mean, look at the name, Curtis Blow. We all know what Blow
Oh,
was for. The blow, you
Yeah,
know, he's coming out the Coke era. His name
he
was
meant blow
Curtis
your
Blow, for
nose.
crying out loud. Now,
Tell them
Curtis Blow didn't make gangster rap and shit, but I mean, come on, we know what the blow meant. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
these
It's
are the breaks.
I got a little, I get a
You're,
little
yeah, but you're speaking from
irritated. I get a little
John.
irritated
I
when
think what
people
you're
want to
trying
say,
to do.
well, you know, is that darn rap music, bro?
I do too,
Explain the
ABL.
wait,
explain the Vice Lords.
wait.
Explain the Gangster Disciples.
But
That's
Well,
long before there was such
And
thing as rap music.
I,
and you
wait,
got Bone Thugs and Harmony.
but I'm just trying
just
to
real
get.
quick. I actually just wanted, just real quick. I just wanted to agree with what Sandog was saying. Is like what I mostly agree about what he said is that he actually said something there that I don't know if you guys noticed. He said that like Gen Xers have to hold some of this blame because normally we put it all on the boomers, but like who do you think was
Yeah.
making the like who do you think was making like like the gangster rap and shit in the '90s? That was Gen Xers. That wasn't no boomers.
Okay, but again,
So
explain the Vice Lords. If you want Gen X to take the L for quote unquote gangster rap, fine. But why did you have such things as Vice Lords, GDs, the P Stones, the Crips, all of this shit long before there was any such thing as rap music?
here's
What
the
was the
problem.
problem then? When the
So
music
here's
was
my
Temptations,
okay.
Marvin Gaye, the Supremes. You had drugs, you had violence, you had ghettos, you had black on black crime and all that shit. So how do we put it on rap music? Now I will
Yeah.
say, making the N word acceptable for other races to say and shit. I'll go ahead and say that's a Gen X thing. You got to take that L. But come on, man. When it comes to the violence and shit that everybody wants to equate the quote unquote rap music, I hate to break it to people, but you had that shit long before there was any such thing as rap. You
You're
already
totally.
had that problem. You already
Rap
You're
didn't
had
totally.
create mass
black
shootings.
exploitation
I'm sorry,
movies.
Adrian.
If people want to complain about rap music, why not complain about the black exploitation movies? I remember having a similar
Correct.
conversation with a guy, and he was saying the same thing, something rap music, yada yada. I'm like, okay, well, should we get rid of so-called action movies too? I mean, why is it that we got a problem with rap music, but John Wick can go out here and shoot 1,000 niggas in 2 hours and nobody says a word? Because that's Keanu Reeves, that's a white man. The same way you can have Die Hard and you can have Terminator and you can have Rambo and Dirty Harry and what's the other joint? Death Wish. See, those franchises is okay. No problem when it comes to violence when it's a white man and you put that on a TV screen or a movie screen. Now for some reason, no problem with violence. You can have Terminator games, you can have Rambo lunchboxes, you can have all this paraphernalia. You can go buy Terminator posters and bed sheets and Terminator book bags and shit like that. You know, the classic scene in Terminator 1, I'll be back. And then he comes in the police station and kills every damn cop in the precinct. We got no problem with violence. But then Ice-T makes a song, Cop Killer, which, by the way, wasn't a rap song. It was a rock song. But to show how people are so dishonest with the conversation, they will take Ice-T's rock song, Cop Killer, and link that with NWA, which is not even fucking rock music. You know what I'm saying? But it goes to show how people,
the album Body Count, the group is called Body Count as well.
It goes to show how people like to pick and choose. Now, when we talk about rap music, right? Okay, the very fucking okay. So what was it? The boomers, the very boomers who complain about rap music, the gangster rap. Well, where was you niggas at when it was KRS-One? Where were you at when it was X-Clan? Where was you at when it was Public Enemy? The positive rappers, the conscious rappers, y'all didn't care about them. A lot of these boomers didn't even know their names. When I was a kid, the main complaint I heard from my elders was just plain old rap music. I was just telling my kids this story just the other day. Like, yo, I remember my grandmother she did not like rap in her house at all. My grandmother used to have a Christmas party every year, and somebody put on the Run DMC Christmas song. My grandmother came out the kitchen, turn that shit off. Get that rap shit out of my house. She didn't want to hear a rap Christmas song. It wasn't gangster rap. Boomers had a problem with rap in general. That's why people didn't give a damn about the KRS-Ones. The people you could actually sit down and actually might learn something in a damn song from. They didn't want to hear that shit. And when the Republicans got hold of rap, so-called gangster rap, when the Republicans got hold of it and had C. Dolores Tucker out here frontlining this shit, that's when it became such a fucking thing. Oh my God, it's gangster rap. And then they went at Warner Brothers. Went at Warner Brothers to get rid of gangster rap, right? But the very Warner Brothers can put out whatever fucking violent movies they want, and it's never going to be a problem. The Matrix, whatever. They don't give a shit, because when the star is a white man and it's on a movie screen, somehow violence is acceptable and shit. That's all I wanted to say.
I'll wait, ABM to go. All right, go ahead.
If I could get a second, you're looking at life through a black lens. And this is what I'm trying to tell you. The world is not Black America. So now, when you look at the white man, his violence is justified, right? Because remember, America is the symbol of freedom. It's the shining beacon on the hill, right? Because remember, we don't have our own state or our own country, right? So when you saw Rambo, he was liberating Afghanistan, right? When you saw John Wick, it was some righteous cause, right? So now,
in part one, Rambo was just mad.
So now,
I remember First Blood.
If you look at NWA never made a song about how the Crips stands for Community Resistance in Progress and how they were fighting the racist white gangs. So when you look at so-called gangster rap, the most popular guy, none of those dudes had a song or anything about the origins of these institutions and what happened. It was all.
You forget about Scarface.
You went directly into the cannibalization of Black America. And this is what I'm trying to say is that, again, and so one day I'll come back on the show with Charles and I'll talk about diplomacy, right? Because again, like I said, you're talking into a great deal of context, and the rest of the world doesn't have that context, and they don't care. The same way, if you look at what's happening with the people from Somalia now, right? So there's a great deal of context with what happens with those people in Somalia. But most Americans are not interested in what happened with Somali people from A to Z, right? They see a group of people behaving a certain way in their country and they don't like it. So no human group of human beings on earth, sad and most unfortunately, I wish we did, but no group of human beings on earth are gonna look at shit and sit down and ingest it with holistic thinking. That is a rare group of people. And since you have to understand that people think that way, you have to be mindful. You have to be mindful of that, right? To include your representation. So all these immigrant groups here have no idea that they're in the United States thriving and prospering because of you, right? But since we don't represent ourselves that way, again, now these immigrant groups, they have no idea of the several civil rights acts. They have no idea about the Reconstruction Amendments, right? They have no idea how Black people help Asians, right? In terms of, getting rid of the Asian Exclusion Act. They have no idea on how Italians lived with Black people and we got along just fine, and the Irish, up until they were accepted into being white and all of this stuff. And so, like I said, like you said, right, you're going to these white institutions and you can't control your image, your own art form. Because I remember Dr. Umar was saying, well, what has hip hop done for Black America? I said nothing, like most of our inventions and innovations. Why? Because you don't control it. Right? You don't control it. So by proxy, because you were a slave here, right? Because you were a slave here in the current condition of your community, whatever you do or produce is an American accomplishment. Right? It becomes an American accomplishment, which totally changes. I was on the panel with one of my frat brothers, and he was upset that you got now, other fraternities and sororities of people of different cultures stepping and stuff like that. And I said, well, bro, we are a part of American culture. Hate it or love it, right? So it's not my fault. If Sandor woke up tomorrow and I wanted to be a Bollywood actor, there's only one place I can do it. I gotta fly to Mumbai and try my luck. If I woke up tomorrow and I wanted to be a Nollywood actor, there's only one place I can do it. I gotta get up to Lagos and try my luck. And so I don't disagree with anything that you're saying, but you possess this holistic thinking about it because you belong to this particular group. But most people don't sit around and think holistically about many things, to include us when it comes to other groups of people, right? So even now, like, you'll have people talk about, these Africans and these tethers, not understanding colonialism, right? And what colonialism does to an environment. So now that you have, let's say, a FBA movement or whatever the case might be, these people have no interest on what colonialism is and the impacts of it, which is why you have the relationships that you have with these people, right? So, like I said, no one wants to think holistically, which is why controlling your image, because sad and most unfortunately, we were ignorant of it, right? Which is why controlling your image is everything. Because Lupita Nyong'o said that shit. She said, I played a slave once, and then that they kept offering me roles as a slave, and she said, I'm not doing it. That the Egyptian actor, right? He was like, I kept that won the Oscar, I forgot its name. He kept saying they were offering me roles as a terrorist. I wouldn't take it, right?
Which film was he? Which film was he in?
It doesn't matter. I'm finished.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Again, the Italian community was mad at Robert De Niro for years for taking those mob roles and everything else. And how many young Black men walked into some studio and said, you know what, we're going to be the next Tribe Called Quest. And then some executive said, that's not what sells. And so when you are not in control of your own destiny, which is why Sandog has said, since I walked into this, that you should have had your own state, because even your relationship with your women. Okay, Guatemala, Nigeria, these places are poor, right? Good, bad, or indifferent. Well, not poor, let's say mismanaged. So now when a baby slides out of the womb in Nigeria and that girl opens her eyes, everybody from the president to the crooked cops all look like my dad. For us, when our daughters slide out their mother's wombs, they immediately learn that we're not the men in control of this environment. So again, right? So not looking. So now you can say, okay, we built America, but then there's another argument that could say you were just a means to an end, right? So do you have the ability to build your own society and your own institutions, right? But because you're motivated to do it, not at the behest of somebody else, right? And so that influences your relationship with your women. So if you woke up tomorrow and UNESCO decided that they wanted to give Black America coastal land tied to the Congo and Angola, right? Now, if Sandog goes back there and they see Charles and Sandog run out of nowhere and kill a raging herd elephant to save some little kids, right? Or they see Miami gut a crocodile, right? You know, trying to harm fishermen, and they watch us cut down the trees of the rainforest and build shit. And then finally, King Sandog died because we stumbled upon the last brontosaurus and I killed it with my last breath. Now, you build a state on that, I bet you both my testicles, you and your women have a completely different relationship. There will be a completely different relationship. So all the things that embody statecraft to include propaganda, right, from the macro to the micro will influence your relationships. So, and this is what I'm trying to say. So although when you go to these other cultures, passport bros and everything else, yes, there could be a puppet master somewhere else pulling the strings, but to those women, their dads, their uncles, their cousins, the men of their culture are in charge of that environment. So I could go to some African country, cool. Yep, France could be pulling the strings. But what I see is my dad. What I see is my brother. What I see is my cousin. And so Black men have not truly valued what statecraft that facilitates autonomy could give you. Right. And so, and like I said, and so now, because you're right, you got these musicians, these thespians, they want work, they want this, right? Like what did Martin Luther King tell the Black woman that was on Star Trek? She wanted to quit the show. And Martin Luther King told her, you can't. It's the only thing I let my daughters watch because you're the only Black woman on TV that's not a maid or a slave.
A positive Black male role model.
You have
Black female role model.
My whole beef with gangster rap is that none of them ever bothered to tell you where this shit came from, right? So you immediately go into street culture and the cannibalization of, like I said, of Black America. So the way you could sit down and break this stuff down holistically, no other group of people are going to do that for you, and we're not going to do it for them. So again, like I said, because again, you have a whole FBI. And again, and people are dismissive of what colonialism is, right? Like I said, so if you were to understand colonialism, you would be able to understand why these people think and feel what they do. But since Black America does not have an interest in learning about colonialism and the holistic effects of it, now we're saying, okay, fuck these people, as opposed to, like I said, as opposed to understanding what colonialism is and looking for ways to educate them out of it, right? So, like I said, these things are a vicious cycle, which is why controlling your image is everything. So why can America do all the horrific shit in the world and people smile at it? It's because they not only do they control their image, but there's a direct benefit to dealing with them. The world's reserve currency, the institutions that facilitate trade and the safety of trade. The U.S. The reason why you guys got popcorn and all of that shit and medicine and everything else, and why it's been so cheap for Americans for so long, is because the U.S. Navy is parked out there preventing piracy. right? Man, I worked on Umm port in Iraq. It took me fucking 2 weeks to fucking clear a container. And by the time when I got my documentation back, that shit had 40 goddamn different stamps on it. And what does that mean logistically? So sad and most unfortunately, because of all that corruption, the Iraqi people will probably pay quadruple the price of whatever the fuck is in that container by the time it hits their grocery store. But when you're in the UAE or the United States, if I could clear a container of steaks in 30 minutes, right? Again, that makes life a lot cheaper because in the world of supply chain and logistics, cost is passed on. So now, if I got motherfuckers in the whole process cut, by the time it gets to you, the shit is expensive as fuck, right? But because you have a powerful Navy that ensures safe trade and all of this stuff. So the white man has these things. So despite whatever you think of John Wick and all that stuff and everything else, you got the propaganda reinforced with the tangible benefits of whatever the fuck he's doing. And so this is why we're at a loss, right? And shout out to Black America. And Nyama said this. I said we're Care Bears, right? Because even in the manosphere, I'll hear a word, transaction. And transaction is not a bad word. Transaction is what facilitates trust, reputation, right? Transparency and reputation. And this facilitates trust. So since Black people are interested in statecraft, the term transactional versus being in it for the love of the game sounds bad, right? So you got, like I said, I support everything you said, but that is within the context if you're Black American. Somebody sitting in Angola or Poland or China, they are not going to go that deep with the shit. They're going to look the same way you do to them. They're going to look at the shit and go, oh, wow, that's what they do? Oh, and that's it.
Surface level to them. They're going to look at it at its surface level.
So you think Tariq doesn't understand colonialism?
Huh?
I don't. I think Tariq.
I'm talking to Sando. So you think Tariq doesn't understand colonialism?
No,
that's what you're saying.
Tariq is operating on bullshit, right? He should know.
Tell me how.
Yes, So he's operating on bullshit. He did Hidden Colors, which was a whole Pan-African series. How many parts does Hidden Colors have? So he's done enough research to understand colonialism. Again, pre-colonial Africa does not exist anymore. Ifa is gone. The Songhai is gone. The Dahomey is gone. The Zulu is gone. These things have been completely, I'll come back on another panel because that's a different discussion, but these things have been completely eradicated. Man, you and the Africans are in the same boat, right? Because you got to remember, Africa was carved up. So there's an Anglosphere, a Lusosphere, and a Francosphere, right? So you got English, Portuguese, French, German, etc. So under colonialism, the first thing you're going to be fucking taught is to hate yourself. So now your divinity gone, your history gone. So when I hear Africans say, well, Black Americans don't have a culture, I'm like, bro, you're wearing a suit and tie and speaking English just like me. And the whole fact that I was a slave in the United States means you lost, right? Because how you fucking slaves, either through trade or a war that you fucking lost. So the very fact that we're arguing with each other in English and we are both members of the Abrahamic faith, guess what? We lost. So at the end of the day, your interface with your culture, your traditional culture, may happen at weddings or funerals only. Because I travel all throughout Africa. And whenever I travel around Africa, the first thing I ask is, hey, can you introduce me to the people who practice the indigenous religion? And everybody goes, oh, well, they're 500 miles, say, out in the village, right? And so now when these people are talking that shit, if you had a Yoruba run for president who still worship Oludumare, right? Those people, the Nigerians now will fucking try to kill him. So what do you mean?
Especially the Muslims in the north.
Yeah, so especially the Muslims in the north. So here it is. You're talking about your traditional culture. As a matter of fact, that's what they did. They had a king in Nigeria. He was in the north. His name was Atta of something of his tribe, right? And he
Mhm.
wouldn't bow to the Muslim caliphs in Nigeria, right? And they did everything they could to fuck that man over, get him out of power. So all of this shit about fucking your culture, like I said, you have what do they say in the Black Star album? I'm so conditioned, even my conditioning has condition.
That
Right?
was for the intro to the brown skin lady joint you're talking about,
Yeah.
when the brother's talking about having
Right.
preference for light skinned chicks, everything.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
correct.
remember that. I remember that album.
Correct. So again, like I said, this is the thing. And so people, and that as I travel around the world, I look at everybody, right? And they're hypocritical. So I talk to my Arab friends now, and when you turn on Palestine, now all of a sudden everything is Zio propaganda. And I was like, well, when they told you that I was a drug dealer and a pimp, you believe that. And so for some strange reason, to include black people, all humans around the world don't know what propaganda is until it's at their doorstep.
That is so true.
So
To your point, Sandog.
yes.
Okay, go ahead.
So
Finish your thought.
yeah. So you have to understand where you are. So because statecraft is not a value in Black America, neither is military science. In military science, you have something called intelligence preparation of the battlefield, which is what? You have to define the battlefield and you have to describe the battlefield and its effects, right? You can't just randomly, and this is what I'm trying to say. So the ignorance of these things, right, is what facilitates these outcomes, right? It's not just because hashtag hate niggas, right? We don't have these skills, and we never took a deep breath to understand this is where the fuck I'm at, and this is how I need to operate.
Mm-hmm.
I think on a bottom line list, I
Mm-hmm.
see I see both points of view, which is a good conversation between
Mm-hmm.
and Sandog. That's the type of shit we get about being multifaceted men. One thing,
Absolutely.
one thing you gotta love about fucking white supremacy, there's no there's no mistaking if you're a nigga or not.
I remember. I remember. Wait. First of all, what I wanted to say first of all to Sandog's point about controlling your narrative in the Middle East, Saudi Arabia and Qatar in both 1990, 91, as well as 97, respectively, established media groups. In Saudi Arabia, they established NBC, from which you get the news channel Al Arabiya, and then in Qatar, 1997, they established, alongside QTV, that's state-run media, they established Al Jazeera. And then you started seeing other state-run media, other governments start, establishing secondary, so-called independent media. Like in Iran, there's Press TV, there's IIT, there's another TV station in Turkey, because they realized, hey, we got to start using these to promote ourselves and control the narrative of how the world sees us.
And
Just like Russia Today, which is broadcasted to the rest of the world.
promoting narratives with that
Mm-hmm.
because everybody else does it. We just feel
Mm-hmm.
it because here's the thing: we get comfortable. We don't really like being free. We just like to suffer less in our oppression. And
That is one way to say it. That's exactly the way it is, Charles. You just said it right on. You got it right on the noggin. You got it right on that point right there, bullseye.
you got to think
Repeat
about
that for the brothers in the back, please. Repeat that for the brothers in the back.
just want to suffer less in our oppression.
Mm-hmm.
You realize something. If you want to be revolutionary or make change, that means you can't go back to the old ways. Charles Walls, old ways, old days. And unfortunately, this is the part where, people like, Cynthia G would ask, why can't black men fight? They got guns. I said, give us a reason to fight. So we could
or
so
pretext at least.
we could die your schedule. See, this is the main thing. All the black men in the panel know that. Look, retrospect of what we think about our women,
Hmm.
we don't we don't need our women as much as they need us. Not saying that we're just or anything like that. It's because let's look at it simply. What more can you do to a black man? What more? What more can you do to a black man? And it's so interesting to me, right? Because nobody ever wants to put themselves in that plight. Nobody ever look at themselves in that way. So when it comes to this, come at things at a very, very unique mindset and point of view. Which means what? How do I achieve my objective of not only freedom, and I'm pretty sure everybody will agree with me, freedom
Hmm.
with freedom without power is just a dream.
What would power without freedom be?
You know what it would be? A dream.
What would that?
It'll be a dream.
All right.
It'll
Either
be
way,
put
it's a dream. Okay. Hmm.
All right. How
in
you
other,
guys doing?
in other words, how can I be truly free if I can't defend myself?
Hmm.
How can I be free if I don't have representation? What did he say? I'm a drug dealer to most people in the world. How am I gonna be free without hey, usual business, go back down and come back up? How am I
Hey, what's
free?
up, Zulu?
How am I free when minging over my children? I want you to think about that.
Hmm.
People want to look at your education in your own community. Let's look at Baltimore for a second. High school off of Eastern Avenue. This is a high school. Only 40% of the students can read on grade level. This is a goddamn high school, people. I want you to think about that. You can't even
Hmm.
control the narrative of who can read. So when a chick tells me some bullshit about, hey, we're gonna get this, we need to get this educate. No, you gotta understand something. Black men need to get off their ass, and this is where I'm gonna talk shit about black men. Get off your ass and stop trying to beg your women for power. Fuck them. They already said fuck you.
Say
Why
that
don't you
again. Say that again.
stop begging your women for power and respect? Fuck them. You start your
Hmm.
Why don't you start your own scholarship funds? As a matter of fact, we got 23 motherfuckers in here. Let me see. I can't even get what. If everybody cashed out anything from $2 to $5 a piece, that's deep. Some of you motherfuckers, some of you motherfuckers donated to channels. That's it's your purpose. With EBM here and others, EBM's dog Namer and others to work of God and land some fucking heavy beef on you, and y'all don't think that's worthy? Come on now. Come on now. Donate to your fucking interests. This is one of
Hmm.
the reasons why you lose. Want people to
Hey
keep talking?
Charles,
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I quoted you in real life just the other day. One of your famous quotes where you said the fastest way off your ass is to get on your feet.
No,
Oh,
fastest way.
no, you said the fastest way to get on your feet is get off your ass.
That's Black America. Look how. Let's give a good. Let's look at the donations, right? And I'm not real big about the donations, but here, you rather give Google. 30-40% of your goddamn hard-earned money instead of giving it to the person who's either educating or entertaining you 100% of it. Especially when we talk about topics like this, when you have idiots like Gay Big, oh, you complain about the women. We ain't got to complain about shit. We ain't got to complain about shit. We could just go into multi-dimensional subject matter. And see, I do agree with Sandog about the. You don't know when to fucking give somebody the olive branch or the fucking sword.
Yeah.
And when you don't know when to give each, why do you think you have issues with the so-called YN population? Why do you? Why do you have?
I've
Why
talked about.
hold
Sorry,
on?
go ahead, Charles. Finish.
Why do you have an issue with your women? Why do you have an issue with YNs?
Correct.
Why do you have an issue with your imagery? You're so cowardly that you. This is what kills me about black men. You can't even speak openly about your political fucking prowess in front of your own goddamn women like I do in real life. You gotta sneak around your goddamn house just to listen to this conversation right now.
Case in point, that girl that attacked homeboy because he said he didn't like Jasmine Crockett.
Oh, Brandon
Uh,
Jamal with
Yeah,
cousin
Yeah,
Attacker.
yeah, Brandon Jamal,
yeah.
Brandon Jamal.
Because politics and love are tied to each other. They're not separate. I'll share a video with you, Charles, with Dr. Amos Wilson talking about these things. And this is what I was talking about, the importance of statecraft. So even if you look at Asian men, right? And so in
Hmm.
America, you got Asian women, right? They date the most outside of their culture. They will ultimately they will gladly emasculate Asian men, right? Publicly, more I worse so than us, and they will
Really?
emasculate Asian men publicly, and that comes from Asians men's relationship with the Europeans and how they behaved afterwards. So although Asian men have established their own society and everything else, right? Because remember, if you know anything about China and India and those places, whiteness and all of that was a value system that they had long before the Europeans, right? So it's a culture of status, right? So if you don't
Hmm.
understand statecraft, like Naama is bored of this example. But again, if you're in 12th century China, right, and you
Hmm.
have a very beautiful daughter with blue eyes and she got big titties, you're going to keep that chick in the house. The sun is not going to touch her. You'll be able to see her blue and red veins. And when she's 14 or 15 years old, when the emperor eunuch comes to your little peasant town, you're going to parade that bitch like it's Christmas Day at Macy's, right? And so the eunuch
Hmm.
will bring her back to the emperor. Now, if she goes back to the emperor as a concubine or even better, wife, guess what happened? You and your family are no longer poor, and you now shit on the fucking peasants that you were just a part of. Because Black America doesn't understand these things, you're just gonna go, hey, you have skin color. White people were mean to you. Open arms, right? And not really understanding these people's cultures, what they value. You know what I'm saying? Again, what I'm saying, what they value, what their experiences are, what their perspectives are, or even why
Hmm.
are they in or why are they in America? And so now if you look at Asian men, right?
Hmm.
Because they spent centuries slurping whiteness and then slurping the Europeans, and now their daughters are like, Dad, I don't want the guy across the street that looks like you. That's tied to their politics. That's tied to their culture. That's tied to their
Yeah.
state. And so, and like I said, if you look at, I promise you, you need to look at what black women said about us. When Booker T. Washington, Black Business Council, right? You know what I'm saying? I'll get the documents from Rael and I'll share it with you. Man, you should, the shit that black women had to say about us was fucking glowing, right? When Marcus Garvey put in the UNIA, right? I'll get you those writings. Shit that black women had to say about us was glowing, right?
Can somebody else mute up, man? That sound is crazy while he's talking.
Yeah. You know what I'm saying? You know, again, when the nation was put together, the shit that black women had to say about us was glowing. So there is a direct tie between politics and statecraft.
So they said the same thing?
Somebody got to with the noise in the background.
I think that's Chaos. Chaos, can you mute up? Thank you.
Yeah. So
I'm glad you mentioned that before you finish.
Yeah.
What the most courageous thing you could do when your women curse you is not to be afraid to leave them for someone else.
Correct.
That's true, man.
And that's what. And again, and like I said, I've done that too. And so you have to control your image. So, for example, when you talk about freedom, right? Sandor was once in a relationship, and that relationship wasn't working for me, right? And I had a whole bunch of nice shit in that relationship. I had a house. I had a garage full of fucking cars and everything else, but the relationship wasn't working, right? And I'll never forget, I went in my living room and I twirled around 3 times like I'm Wonder Woman. And I took a deep breath. And I said, you know what? Fuck this shit. It's only stuff, right? I could get more stuff, but I can't have another life, right? And guess what? I packed up all my shit. I took my Nintendo. I took my vintage 25th edition Voltron, Optimus Prime, threw that shit in fucking storage, and moved to another country. And voila, here I am before you motherfuckers, the beautiful butterfly that I am. Right? So what happens is that from my perspective and my tiny little sand dog brain, the mistake that we made, the 10th commandment is that thou shalt not covet. So what happens, if you are looking to be free of something, you have to separate yourself from it. So guess what? I wanted to be free of that relationship, right? So what did I do? I took my shit, moved out, and I moved out and left 10,000 miles away. So now I am free of that circumstance. But what happened with Black America in your pursuit of freedom, what you did was you got divorced, but you live on one side of the house and your ex lives on the other, right? And I don't know if that's the best solution. I don't know if that's the best solution to do, right? And so for what happens is sometimes loss is victory. And you have to accept when you lost. In the world of business, we have something called sunk cost. A sunk cost is I made a bad investment. And no matter how much more money I put into this investment, I can't make it work. It's failed. That's called the sunk cost. And so now sunk cost fallacy are people who believe that, man, if I could just get another $1 billion, I could make this shit work. So now if you're Martin Luther King, what happened, right? Before your death, you snapped out a sunk cost fallacy, right? So this approach or these particular solutions did not work. So I'm snapped out of sunk cost fallacy, but unfortunately for him, it was too late to pivot and try something else, right? So you have to accept when you lost. So okay, I left that relationship. Why? Because I ended up realizing that disrespect is not my job to fix. I can't control that.
Say that again for the niggas in the back.
Huh? Disrespect is not my job to fix.
Somebody put that in the fucking chat.
I'm making that into a t-shirt.
So when America told me I was 3/5 of a man or an animal, or I wish I could talk to Frederick Douglass, because I'd have been like, why the fuck do you, fam? They feed your children to the alligators. They rape your women. They eat us. They take our skin and turn it into furniture. My best friend's dick is a fucking trophy over this guy's fireplace, right? I'm picking cotton and I'm naked from the waist down. Master is gay as fuck. Why do I fucking, outside of the fact that he has nice shit and I think I want it too, why do I want to be here? Sit me down like I'm fucking 3 years old and sell this to me. So for me, again, in my tiny sand-dog brain, I am not trying to get you guys to think like me. I'm not trying to impose my belief on you. It's just that, like I said, it's just that if I'm Black male America and I'm living in during those fucking times, right, I'm packing my fucking bags and I'm trying my luck elsewhere. Because, like I said, again, in my tiny sand-dog brain, disrespect is not my job to fix. If white people wanted to stop hating niggas, that's something that they have to do. Because again, if I could talk to Frederick Douglass, I said, bro, by saying we need to fix these people or live with them, so you want me to fucking fix everything Rome, the Catholic Church, and their fucking monarchies did to them? You're asking me to fix that. Because even the racism that you're living under is a byproduct of the institutions that they were living under in Europe. So by proxy, you're asking me to fix 1,000 years of European history. Bro, I'm not a fucking psychologist or a therapist. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, you know what I'm saying? Hey, they hate niggas. That's the Catholic Church's problem. They started it, they fix it.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Why am I going to take my self-righteous ass and infuse myself into this argument? You know what I'm saying? They weren't talking to me. Who are you? Niggas are nothing but a distraction. I fucking guarantee you, if Black people were not in America, you would have had a whole bunch of fucking peasant revolts in this country if they weren't distracted by us.
But that's what I was saying about the rap medallic. That's the gist of what I was saying about the whole rap thing. Like, at the end of the day, when it come to our image in America, dog, we didn't create the fucking image.
But
And again, just like, and I agree with everything you just said. I agree with that shit. It ain't our fucking place to fix it. And who gives a fuck what these people think and what they gotta fucking say? They never liked us and they never gonna fucking like us. It doesn't matter about whatever fucking song, whatever kind of music. You know what I'm saying? They hated Chuck Berry.
And that's fact. And
they told you not to listen to them.
And that, now that, so within that particular context, what AB Media just fucking said, you're right? Niggas could have fucking made nothing but gospel after the civil rights movement, right? And damned if you do, like you said, again, damned if you do, damned if you don't. For me, it will be about controlling your image and relationship to yourself internally and externally. So fine, you don't fucking like me, but I need to control my image so me and China could do business. I need to control my image so me and the Congo could do business, right? So for me, that's my perspective. Like I said, that's my perspective on the shit, right? But again, AB, I agree with you. Like I said, I agree with you 100%, right? And so, we're you know, we're intersecting at the angles that we're talking about. But like I said, fam, you know, again, I'll say it one last time because Charles liked it, in my tiny little sand-dog brain, I'm not, like I said, I've never came to the manosphere to tell, you guys have known me for years. I've never come here to tell people what they're thinking is wrong and that I'm right or you're this or that. As a matter of fact, because of the manosphere, because of God, shout out to the Black Brain Trust when it was there, before, you know, Mike and Complex Design, and even you, AB Media, because of you guys, guess what? Sand-Dog is now getting the master's in AI and blockchain. Because of you guys, Sand-Dog is now in a postgraduate program simultaneously. I'm learning Python and machine learning. And right after that, because of you, right, I'll be doing generative AI and project management. And then after that, artificial intelligence and automation. Because of you. So the idea is that like Charles said, there's an exchange and we can respectfully talk to each other. This is the panel that you see me on, right? Because to yell at people and the cursing and all of that stuff, bro, that, like I said, that's not really me. And you could learn from anybody, because remember, a lot of us come from different walks of life. And so if you take complex design, so Sandog is getting all of this through a formal education, right? Complex design is autodidactic. I'm not autodidactic. I used to be at a time, but my ass, I have to fucking sit in the classroom, right? So I learned this from a black man who was autodidactic, who's attracted to this kind of stuff, and he was able to handcap me to where I am now. So this whole idea of that one thing makes you better than the next person or whatever is nothing I ever walked into the space with, right? I walked in here for exchange of ideas and to learn, and like I said, and to learn from other people. So BGS is not the only person I will call a master teacher. I refer to that to Charles. I do that for Nameless. I do that for Naama. I do it for Rael. I do it from Complex Design, because I learned a whole bunch of you motherfuckers. Do you know, even when it comes to the manosphere, like Charles, you take your live streams. Do you know that I'm a year behind on your streams? You know why? Because one of the things that people do in the manosphere, remember we talked about surface, taking things as surface. Fam,
Yeah.
some of these panels and some of these videos that we drop, bro, I'm begging you, you need to watch these panels multiple times, especially if guys are saying that there's books and science attached to it, right? Because I told BGS the same. I'm like, BGS, I'm still listening to shit you made 3 years ago. Why? Because you made reference to this book, and I haven't read that book, right? So now I conceptually understand what you're saying, right? But now I need to go back and read that book, you know what I'm saying, for greater meaning. So now when AB Media gets up and talks about AI and everything else, now because Sandog is studying it, when AB Media has a panel, right, now I could sound like I got some goddamn sense. Well, before, you know, if you would have brought me on that bitch, I would have been up there good googly moogly, right? So like I said, so at the end of the day, man, like I said, this is a beautiful thing, Charles. And like I said, if there's something magical about your panels where people could disagree and have an exchange of ideas. And the funny part is 9 times out of 10, you're not disagreeing, just like me and AB Media. You're just seeing the shit from different angles. And the cool part about your panel, Charles, is that people get the opportunity to do that. I don't know if it's your spirit or a gift that God has blessed you with, right? But people get to do that, like on your panels. So for me, I just don't have I don't have that makeup, and that's not my desire, right? For those of you who really know about me, my life is filled with too much competition and violence anyway. So I have to spare the energy that I have for that kind of thing.
Definitely
But
I appreciate the compliment, because I try to. That's my basis for this channel.
Yes.
I had to sit down and say I wanted to be multifaceted. I want to be able to speak. If anybody personally knows me, I personally do not like it when people can't go off of first level conversations and go beyond that without getting emotional, without getting adversarial. There's no reason I got to put a knife to your throat and put a gun to my temple off of a point of view that we could both benefit off.
But here's what I'm going to present to you, Charles. Your channel, and I'm going to be honest with you, and I'm going to help you with this. Your channel actually have a lot more younger people, because the basis, since I've known you in the manosphere in your channel is not necessarily about women. You know what your channel is about? Your channel, we have the same mission. Your channel is ultimately about the problems and paradoxes that happen when there's no longer a formal rites of passage. This is a rites of passage channel.
Yeah.
But Sandog, didn't you mention complex design and BGS and Charles in the same line? And I thought both of them was at odds. Complex design.
So I'm trying to say, right? So people could be at odds, but that doesn't mean you can't learn, right? And so, so they may have they may have their philosophical differences, but that doesn't mean that you can't learn. So what happens is, like I said, so from Sandog's, so remember, so Sandog's education, I learned about a beautiful thing called change management. And so what happens is in the current culture of Black America, Black Americans determine disagreement and criticism as you don't like me, right? And that's not true because, again, when you're looking to change, the first thing you need is buy-in. And when you want to change something, there are people that are open to change, there are people that are indifferent to change, and there are people who will be resistant to change. So we're talking about things that Black America needs to change, right? And so just because somebody might fall in one of those three categories doesn't make them an enemy to me. It doesn't make them an enemy because it's all about perspective, right? So if you know anything about our history, there's always been multiple Black Americas. Even during the times of slavery, there were multiple Black Americas.
I
So
mean,
now,
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
I mean, with that being said, I mean, there's two forms of disagreement that I'm saying I hope you know about. Like, there's this one, like where we all know about, where okay, it's dismissive, you toss it over your shoulder, but then there's those disagreements where people that have, where they try to enforce their ideas
correct.
upon you, like literally. There are those people out there, and there's videos of it. Those
Yeah,
who wear Trump shirts getting attacked by the libtards.
yeah, correct. And again, and that's my point. Because again, Black America. So right, even now, right, when you look at Black America, ha ha ha, you voted for Trump. What do you mean? Yes, I voted for Trump because Trump talked about the things that I cared about. Again, whether I agree with his approach to it now or not, that's a different argument. But fuck you, yes. If I'm a 25-year-old young man and I just graduated from Stanford with a degree in computer science and I'm changing oil at AutoZone and I can't buy a house until I'm 40, Donald Trump talking about putting me back in the tech sector and ending foreign wars and stop wasting money so that I could buy a house before I'm 40. Yes, I'm going to vote for that. Yes, I'm going to vote for that.
Yeah.
So Kamala Harris is talking about reproductive rights and we're not going back. What does that have to fucking do with the fact that I graduated from Stanford and I'm changing oil at AutoZone? What
What
does that have to do with that? And
what
so,
what
you
does
know,
your lack of discipline in your reproductive system have to do with
yeah,
me? Who basically I might not have kids, but I can't live off of what I'm making right now. And that's the part where we look at people like Loss, where we're coaching him up to make it offside of his ass,
yeah, yeah.
and it is. What I
So,
told
so,
who's better to tell you how to be an officer than a motherfucker who was a military officer?
yeah. But that's the thing, right? So,
Yeah.
Somalis voted for Trump, and that's what they. Well, yes, dummy, because Somalis are Muslims, right? So Somalis are Muslims. Muslims care about what's happening in Palestine, right? So now,
Mhm.
one guy says, I'm going to end the war. The other person tells you, be quiet, I'm speaking. Who are you going to vote for? When Joe Biden, when
Not to
Joe Biden,
mention they were arming Israel in the first place. So it's like, again, who you going to
yeah,
side with? The people
oh,
that's
yeah,
arming them, or
yeah,
the guy who's not fucking arming them,
yeah. But
but
let
he's
Black
arming them anyway. But
America,
you get it.
yeah, AB Media, but let Black America tell it. You know what I'm saying? Everybody
That's
voted for
ABM.
because they don't like niggas. Come on, man. Like, let's stop this shit. Can we really
Hmm.
stop doing this?
Hmm.
Like,
I
like,
mean,
I mean, but you do understand too why the term tether was created too, right? And I
yeah,
mean, it's perfect to for the distinction of the people who come in try to cosplay us and and benefit off of like what we should be receiving, what I mean, and
yes,
and then try to take elements of our culture and stuff like that, and then turn around and spit in our damn faces,
yeah,
and act like
but
we ain't
that,
supposed
yeah,
to do nothing
but
about it.
yeah, and that is because our lack of knowledge in statecraft. Like Charles said,
mhm.
you don't know who to extend the olive branch to, and you don't know who to extend the sword to. So white people and Black people in America are guilty of the same thing. These groups, sad and most unfortunately, are spiteful towards one another, right? And so what happens is Black America, because they're so mad at white people, have embraced people and shit they should not have embraced because it is counterproductive to their interests. So now, like I said, here's the thing. If you're Black American and the Africans are now coming over, hey, that's cool. We don't got no beef or whatever, but you got to side-eye it because these are the motherfuckers that sold you. So you gotta understand that that's a different society. That is a different world. Classism and elitism is a real thing in Africa. It's a real
Very.
thing out of the world. It's a real thing. So those Africans that are coming over here because they're going to be, especially since many of them that can make it over to America are a part of the aristocracy. And let me give you some game. If your ass is a part of the aristocracy, right? If your family has been a part of the aristocracy since colonialism, those motherfuckers ain't on the side. And so for and this is what Black America don't get. I'll let in the Africans who are fucking children of corrupt politicians, but they're not going to let another Patrice Lumumba come into this motherfucker. They're not going to let another Marcus Mosiah Garvey come into here. And this is what I'm trying to say.
Absolutely not.
Because for Black America, you have that history. Black America are the least tribal Black people on earth. So what happened? Marcus Garvey, a man from Jamaica, put together the biggest movement of Black people in America prior to the Civil Rights Movement. And he was from Jamaica. So the problem is not necessarily where these people come from. It's about who they are, what's guiding them. And that's the whole point. So you got Caribbeans so when Marcus Garvey told those Jamaicans that they were mighty people from Africa, those Jamaicans said, fuck you, we ain't Africans, right? But when he came to Harlem, the Black people there were like, yo, word, we are mighty people from Africa. Let's do this, right? And so now with the Black people in the UK and everything else, you start to get Pan-Africanism. Like my master teacher Nyama said, right? There are certain conversations that need to be had in-house. And so for those of us who are on a certain wavelength, right? So for me, if I got something out of pocket, I need to get Nyama on the phone and be like, fam, go get your man.
Okay, I got this. Because the last thing because if you tried to reprimand him and if it goes completely left, now you got to answer to us. And we're going to hold you and your entire community accountable for this man's blood being spilled. And if it was the other way around, y'all will hold us accountable for it. Because we understand tribalism and fights like this. And we understand you got a problem with us. There are some of these things you need to be dealt with closed doors, not in public, and not out and not in front of white people. Secondly, as far as the Africans are coming here, they're not, you guys, because African Americans have this nostalgia for Africa. You forget, but just like the white people kind of convinced y'all that we're all a monolith, not understanding we're different tribes. And I get sick of pro-blacks, shitting on us about the tribalism and whatnot, but you're also not forgetting into account not just the tribalism, but also we're coming from countries with different experiences of colonialism from different colonial masters. So we have different viewpoints and attitudes about the world.
But it's not even that. This race-based shit, Nyama, to the world is new. That would be the thing. People have been clans and tribes and everything across the world for thousands of years. Right?
Yes.
I said, to include your Europeans, right? They lived in clans and tribes and everything else. So all of this, this type of thing that America has put together is, like I said, is relatively new. And so again, and this is what we're talking about. So when you're talking about statecraft, right? Because at the end of the day, some random Somali guy with an opinion about Black America, who is that guy? Oh, he bags shit at the grocery store. Why the fuck am I wasting my time thinking about him? Right?
Yeah.
So So you know what I'm saying? You work for the fucking cleaning company up the street. Not dismissing that, right? Not dismissing
Mhm.
that, but that guy is not. He's not in a position that pushes the needle one way or another. So I'm not dismissing him because he may or may not be a cleaner. I'm just saying his position does not allow him to push the needle. So now I'm gonna go to Ilhan Omar. I'm gonna go to Nyama, and I'm like, yo, bro, go get your people, right? And like I said, and there are things. So what happens is another thing, and this is something that Americans could borrow exactly, especially Black Americans, right? Because you got to remember too the way, because what you don't understand is this, right? For a lot of these people, they still come from shame-based cultures, especially if they're Muslim.
Yes.
They come from shame-based
Shame and
cultures.
honor-based societies.
Correct. So here's the thing. I'll never forget. So in Arabic, the word Taifi means a separatist, right? And I'll never forget there's some Iraqi guys, right? You know, saying some fucking, you know, racist shit on the airplane, right? And we're getting off the airplane, and I was like, Taifi. And when I said that he turned red, because at the end of the day, because at least in Islam specifically, people know that racism is wrong. And when you call them to the carpet on it, you will embarrass. Versus America, you'll get people who will double down, right? You'll get people who will double down. But people in tribal societies, you could actually, they know right and wrong, and you could actually, within closed doors, shame them for it, right?
I'll give you an example of that. It was at the cafeteria. There was a Somali cat I knew, and us all Africans, we were in one section, right? And there were like these Middle Easterners, they were in another section of this cafeteria. When he's walking by, there was these North Africans. They said something to him, right? He turned to look at them immediately, and then when I was walking past, I grabbed his arm and pulled him away. And I had to just look, and I just looked at him. And he knew I was Eritrean, so he knew like, oh, this motherfucker is from my part of the world. He knows what's up. I just looked at him, gave him a certain. I looked at him a certain way, and then I had to grab him. And there were some other Somalis who I was cool with. That I grabbed this. I just, when I was walking, I grabbed him by his arm, not forcibly, just grabbed him gently, pulled him away, and then I directed him to these other Somalis I was on good terms with. I said, "Yo, can you get your man? Get your man over here. Sit him down. He was about to start some shit." And they was like, "All right, cool." And by doing that, not only was I able to get this guy, we were able to get this guy in code, but I enforced the honor and the mutual respect I have with these people. Now that's some multifaceted shit, folks.
Well, and speaking of Somalians and also too, including Jamaicans, what do y'all think about this? So, like, okay, Channel 4 News, we have a black man that shot up a store and is actually a whole Jamaican.
Guess what?
Apart from a half Jamaican?
When did they ever see a region? You got to think. Everybody's a Negro in this country. Okay? When you take African children here, do they try to look like they still dress in Africa?
No.
When the plane lands, the motherfuckers are trying to be the funniest shit being in Colombia. Colombia, Maryland is the land of immigrants and biracials. That's basically Columbia, Maryland. You got to understand that you'll see somebody in a Bulls Michael Jordan jersey, Nike sweatpants, and some goddamn sandals. Boy, they stick out like a sore thumb. No Jordan.
I've seen that back home.
And I'm like, so your children are not even going to afford your value dress. Hey, what's up? You want to get into this?
Hey, Louis.
You want some of this, Louis? What's up?
Hey, what's up, Lewis?
Yeah. By the way, Charles, before you finish your thought, I gotta say this also too. What Sandor was saying. The problem, and this goes back to something I remember somebody said. Most of us traditional societies, we are honor based and it's shame based. Most of y'all in the new world, and of course Western Europe tries to present itself as this, is they have faith not in honor, but in institutions, and they're based on guilt. There's the difference between the two groups when you think about it.
I agree with it slightly, but I'm gonna say this. This is the difference.
Huh?
There is no shame in the Western world.
That's why I said it's guilt, not shame.
You don't even have guilt.
Do please tell.
You don't even have guilt because if they would actually straighten up. If niggas felt guilty, they would straighten. It would actually coincide to correcting the problem if you had guilt and shame. Because if I tell a motherfucker you cannot distribute drugs on here street corner, especially for profit, and what will happen? There's no guilt. There's no shame in it. They're gonna tell you, I gotta make money. I gotta do what I gotta do. So when we look at
Fair
this
enough.
in a very lens, you have almost an apocalyptic way of thinking here. It's every man for himself, every man for himself, and fuck the children while you at it.
Correct, because I'll tell you this, right? Because I grew up dating African and Asian women, and before they were fully Americanized, I'll be sitting there, I'll watch a TV with them, and they will watch the shit that Americans do, and they will clap their hands and say, "God forbid," right? And he's like, and she and one of my girlfriends, she said, "Oh my God, if I did that, shame would cover me like a blanket." Right, so it's yeah, so it's like I said again, it is to Charles's point, and so and why, and again, what I told you about a connection to divinity, right? So when you look at how other groups of men operate, Afghan men and these other groups of men, they come from cultures where there are fates worse than death. So when people say that there's no need for God, right, or other things, right, when you look at Black America, this is what you get. Because truthfully speaking, there are fates worse than death, right? And so a life without honor and disgrace is a fate worse than death.
Indeed.
You know what I'm saying? And so again, so for us, because that is something that's not in our value system, right? You know, again, like I said, here you go, right? But for those, but like, so for example, Nyama saw pictures of me when I was a kid, right? So when I was a kid, my parents I'm in elementary school, bro, and my parents are sending me to school in slacks and blazers. In elementary school, my father did not really like the clothes that came out of the hip hop culture, and he said, "Son, you can't look like that everywhere you go in life." And so what happened was, because I'm this one Black kid in a tie and blazers and everything like that in elementary school, to other groups of people, like I said, I stood out. And what I used to get as a boy from immigrants, whether they were from Asia, Africa, or the Caribbean, you know what they used to always ask me? How come the rest of Black America aren't like you? Right? Because what my parents used to tell me when I was a boy, they was like, "Look, man, when you walk out this door, you are representing us, and you are not going to embarrass me." When I was a boy, so check this out. I'm going to tell you guys a quick story, right? And the premise of this is, and why did I make this decision? Before I tell you the story, I made this decision because I was more afraid of my father than I was my friends. So now it's my senior year of high school. I have the chance to be the starting running back in one of New York City's top high school football programs. And so I'm walking home from school one day with an associate, and 2 New York City police officers, they pointed me and they said, "Hey, you, come here." And I come over to them and said, "Yes, officers, how can I help you?" And they said, "Listen, we know you're," and these are their words exactly. They said, "We know you're a fucking nerd. We see the way you dress. We see you talking to your football coaches. We see you talking to the Marine and the Air Force recruiter, right? We know you want a future. That guy you're walking with doesn't, and he's on our shit list." And he said, "I highly recommend, if you value whatever it is you're working towards, I highly recommend you stop hanging out with this guy, because he's on our shit list. And if you hang out with him, you'll be on our shit list too." And I said, "Say no more." I fucking quit playing, because he knew a lot of us on the football team. I fucking quit playing football. I quit playing football. I changed my schedule. I loaded up my fucking schedule. And so what happened was, now it's spring, right? I only have 3 classes, right, until I graduate. So I get out of school at 10:30, 11 o'clock, right, before lunch. And those same cops saw me, and I was by myself getting ready to take the bus to go home. And that cop looked at me, and this is back when cops still wore the hats. That cop looked at me, he tipped his hat and said, "Smart," right? And I went on with my life, and he went on with his life, right? But how many young black men would have said, "Fuck that pig, he can't tell me who my friends are," you know what I'm saying? "That white motherfucker, he don't know me," or what? So I was smart enough to understand when somebody was looking out for me. And my father told me, he said, "You fuck around and get arrested if you want to." My father said, "I don't care if you're not at fault." My father said, "Not only will I tell the cops to keep you, I'll tell them to beat your ass more." And my dad said, "Son, listen, if you're gonna go out in the streets and do some dumb shit, tell me now, so I could do myself and the American taxpayer a favor. Tell me now, so I'll blow your brains out right now, and it'll save me the stress and the American taxpayer." So I
Sandog.
was far more afraid of my father as a boy than I was my fucking friends and their opinions and everything else. And God forbid, if it is my destiny to go to hell, that demon that will drag me to hell will look just like my father when he whooped my ass for cutting school.
You know what, Sandog? To your point, and I've said this before, growing up in KSA, Saudi Arabia, folks, as well as back home in Eritrea, I learned from my father, I learned from my family this. And if you're going to do something not supposed to be doing, you got 2 don'ts. The first one is don't do it. The second one is don't get caught. And trust me, choosing option A, don't do it, was a whole lot more profitable.
Because Charles, if you would have been the one to arrest me, I would have begged you to keep me in that cell than to let me go home. As a matter of fact, Charles, check this out, because we were both in the military, right? Let me tell you how good my unit was. My unit was so good that if a soldier got in trouble, we had one soldier get in trouble, and he had to go in front of the brigade commander. That's how bad the trouble was. And that motherfucker breathed a sigh of relief. The brigade commander was like, "Don't bring him here," right? Versus my soldiers were far more afraid of my squad leaders, my platoon sergeant, and the first sergeant than they were of the fucking general.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? For me, shit, even for me, if I got in trouble, I wouldn't want to fucking have to see my platoon sergeant. I wouldn't want to. I'll never forget, Charles, one of my soldiers did something, right? And we're all in first sergeant's office, and the NCOs are talking. Then all of a sudden, they get quiet, and everybody's looking at me. And I said, "Oh, shit, I got to leave, don't I?" Right? And they ain't say nothing. And I promise you, Charles, I turned around, I looked at my soldier, and I did the Jesus cross on it. And I was like, bro. and the next time I saw him, he looked a tad disheveled, right? and all I could do was touch him on the shoulder and say, bro, I'm going to pray for you, right? You know, so again, and so that's how you know, when you have a good home, when you are more afraid of your family than you are the fucking state, right? Like I said, that, you know, that's the kind of shit that facilitates that, like, again, that can facilitate, you know what I'm saying, a good home. And so even for Black Americans, right, because we've adopted more of the mainstream culture, because if you go back 40 years, Black America will look at shit and be like, oh my God, we would never do that. And now we do it.
Yeah.
Right? You know what I'm saying? And like I said, it as a result of that, you know what I'm saying, now we do it. And so, you know, things like, so having things like God and standards and shame and guilt, all of these, like I said, all of these things are important, right? You know, my homeboys that I grew up with that fucking was into the streets and shit like that, shout out to the dudes, when they came home, they had nothing in their refrigerator, right? But that wasn't the case for a lot of those motherfuckers. They went out and did street shit only to turn around and get fucking designer clothes or whatever the fuck that they were getting, right? They had no reason to be out in the street doing the shit that they were doing. None. Like I said, they had absolutely no reason to fucking be out there. And like I said, and so this is why I go back to the importance of statecraft, you know, controlling your image, you know, propaganda, all that kind of shit. All of that shit is important because everything has a macro level and everything has like I said, everything has a micro level. And so, you know, now that we're becoming more knowledgeable of these things, right, we're gonna have to adjust our tactics and move differently, right? But, you know, I'm here, like I said, bro, I'm here to fucking tell you, you know what I'm saying? Guilt and shame could fucking help your community a long way.
Absolutely.
You got to think about this, right? Were you allowed to talk shit to your teachers?
Nope. Are you
No.
crazy?
Were you allowed to talk shit to a cop?
Nope.
What happens when your women run your fucking communities?
Ask it again, Charles. Say it again. What happens when women what?
When your women run the communities? Women normally don't understand violence. They don't understand if a man has to pay a certain way. There's a reason why I don't talk to men a certain way. Because depending on how you speak to them, we might go to blows and we may not walk back.
Mm-hmm.
And that fear of violence, see, they want to talk about, oh, if that man would do something to me. No. Here's the part. You get leeway because men will feel sorry for you. What happens if we did treat you like we treat each other? We're not going to feel sorry for
you. It's so funny you said that, Charles, because I had put something on your box like that on Instagram, right? So you have these bull dykes like swinging on men and shit like that. I sent it to you. It was like 2 weeks ago, and I said, shout out to America for making such a safe society, because these women will not do that to M23 or the RSF in fucking Sudan. I fucking guarantee you that. I guarantee you, if I could drop those women off in fucking Juba or Mogadishu, they ain't gonna be doing that shit.
You'll learn very quickly when you're
yeah, because you and that's what I was arguing with my homegirl. She was like, well, if I wanted to do it and if it was fake, I was like, fam, I'm trying to shield you from violence. I'm trying to shield you from violence. You, like I said, you're talking a lot of shit when you don't know the fucking you do not know the depths of fucking evil that's out there in humanity, right? So again, right? So have you ever met a woman who was raped 24 times in front of her own children and has to wear a colostomy bag? I have.
Mm-hmm.
So you up here talking all of this shit. Well, if it's my choice, again, it ain't your fucking choice. As a matter of fact, and you will go nowhere near it, which is why you are where you are. And this is, and like I said, and this is what the problem is. So even, and like I said, man, I despise the black people who are Marxists and all of this other shit, because at the end of the day, fam, listen, any change that is sustainable is gradual. Immediate change is a revolution. Reform is gradual. Immediate change is more to the tone of revolution, right? So if you're not about to fucking flip the table over and you're after reform, your language has to be different. You know what I'm saying? How you deal with shit has to be fucking different. So, like I said, again, so again, that this would, like I said, this would be the thing. So what happens is when it comes to integration, right, America is still in the process of doing it, right, because it was forced, right? So again, the integration that you did have was forced. And so over time, people are going to come to their own decisions about how integration is going to work or not going to work, right? To include the fact that people do need their own ethnic conclaves because integration is a skill. Not everybody can move between classes, and institutions, right? That is not something everybody is capable of, right? So when people are complaining about immigrants and the refugees, that's because when you take in refugees, you're taking in people who may not necessarily have the skills to integrate or later assimilate, because that's not who they are. So now if I'm gonna take a mechanical engineer from Eritrea, right, who specializes in robotics, right? That guy grew up in the UAE. He was educated at MIT. Then he got a master's in China. So now when I'm going through immigration, that's the guy that I want. The dude that was a fucking cattle herder in Hargeisa in Somaliland, right? That guy may not necessarily have the fucking skills and the education to be able to integrate or assimilate into this type of world or into this type of living. So, all of these things are things that have to, like I said, that have to be weighed. And I cannot impress upon Black America, if autonomy is what you truly want, your focus should be in statecraft, and not just in statecraft. Damn the Marxism and everything else. It needs to be influenced by everything that led up to the American Revolution, right? Because the reasons for the American Revolution are the solutions to your condition, right? Which is what you've been denied: access to land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship, right? So for me, if I'm making pushes in America, that's the language that I have. I'm not talking about racism and all of that shit anymore. If I'm not talking the language of land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship, we don't have a discussion, right? I'm not interested in the social shit. I'm not interested in whether you like me or not, right? And again, I'll shut up and I'll drop from this panel and I'll let you know, and people can talk. Sandog saw it with his own two eyes. The peak war on terror. Oh, fuck the Muslims, fuck the Arabs. Y'all are paying $110 a fucking barrel for oil. First Condoleezza Rice comes. Can you drop the price? Nope, that's the market. Then the vice president. Nope, that's the market. The president himself. Nope, that's the market. And OPEC was like, say what the fuck you want. As long as the fucking check clears, As long as the check clears for that fucking oil, I don't got a problem. And to help you save face and get reelected, I'll buy 3 of your fucking Boeing jets. Say what you fucking gotta say, right? But as long as you don't interfere with business, we're fine. The same thing. America talks shit about China all goddamn day long. But guess what? We still walk in and out of Walmart, right? So again, my whole thing is, in the words of Scarface and later Jay-Z, fuck you, pay me. I'm not here looking for love. This shit isn't about love. Fuck you, pay me, right? So with that, I'll shut the fuck up, right? I'll get off of Charles's panel. And remember, man, statecraft. What
I
you
want to
want
ask a question, though.
I'll say this. What you want is autonomy, because equality is nothing more than privilege and permission, right? You want to be able to control your own destiny, which is why they call it life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And that is done through controlling land, labor, capital, and entrepreneurship. That's it.
My question,
Brilliant.
my question, in regards to all that, damn, I'm trying to see it. A lot of things just came out of mind, but I will say this, in regards to gold, steel, and etc. They were talking about these things about the markets and how they understand we're in a monetary system that, you know, the interest rate has not changed in over almost approaching 18 years next year. So I'm not sure what men are not understanding is someone made a deal when the last administration was in office to keep interest rate the way it is in America. You're familiar with this?
Yeah. So to keep with interest. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so in regards to interest rate, they're keeping it maintained for what? For a greater collapse or some other schism they're doing? Why they keep it the way it is? Zero interest rate. Zero interest rate.
You gotta realize that the world's going through a flux. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
we're not only money, but also living quarters, banks, institutions. Then we also introduced strongly with crypto. So you're getting the flow, the ebb and flow of white supremacy dying. The old system is falling apart. Why? Because white people are going to white people. So
Mm-hmm.
when you actually go through this shit and you start looking at how much money we wasted in the last, and we won't even just talk about this administration, the last fucking year, 20, 25 years.
Mm-hmm.
That lets you know you dealt with a system of government that could have employed, educated black men. If they would have made sure black men by themselves get a proper education, they could have literally had Wakanda on Earth. You rather just disenfranchise and imprison black men and try to put black women and white men over the top, so much so that it failed you. And look who's failed miserably. It's not cute. This is the reason why. You don't have any innovations. When the last time you heard America innovate something? We can't even make the iPhone look like become different.
Must make it affordable either.
iPhones are overrated.
Yeah, they're definitely. I don't own iPhones, so I don't worry about things.
Good move.
If you got one of them regular computer phones, I don't know what to say, man. You're blowing money, man. Just right now, iPhones just now starting to have better come out with a flip phone. And Android been coming out for the last few models, so it tells you there's no innovation in iPhones. The only reason why people invest in money because like any name brand product, I feel exotic. I feel like I made it.
Guess
I
who's
got money.
I guess who's real big on buying iPhones?
Oh.
Be like you. And by the way, hit the cash app. I didn't get one cash, and if I don't get minutes, I'm gonna shut this bitch down. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
Timer on, because it's like, people donate to shows where you're not learning shit. I think you're learning a good amount of shit. You know,
Hmm.
so hey, it's fair, Claire. You would go to shows where there's a bunch of drama. That, well, you had guys like ABM, Namer, Sandog, Boss,
Mm-hmm.
and others, and Ray, who are very intelligent, dropping game on you. The least you could do, because I would feel pissed if you go to one of their panels and y'all don't do participation or donating. This is the reason why people can come up with subject matter and say, "Hey, could you speak on this behalf?"
Hmm.
Think about it.
The thing I could say about that is like we are all coming together from different perspectives. We all see the same problem. We're just seeing it from different vantage points. What's the beauty of it is we're all building and realizing, oh, okay, we're learning from each other. We're giving each other something new, so we can all. It's like we're all coming together with different pieces of a jigsaw puzzle, and we all put those pieces together, and we got the whole picture.
So
That's the beauty of this space. All of us coming together like this, and we building because I never knew much about about being an electrician or learn about this, that, and the third, except when I came into contact with some of y'all.
yeah,
I
yeah,
learned a lot from y'all, and yeah, and the fact that I was willing to come into this space and ingratiate myself, though I'm an outsider. At least I was able to I can communicate with you guys. That's a good thing, and we could just have a different perspective.
It was a
I'm
start.
on the outside looking in, and it helps. But
It's a start. It's a start.
mm-hmm, mm-hmm,
think about it. There's a lot of stuff we learned in this space that a lot of people don't even. Yep, form Voltron, and I'll form the.
mm-hmm,
It's like I'm surprised when people actually learn shit from me. I have a
mm-hmm.
particular mindset, set of skills that not too many people can take. Oh, you hate women. Okay, tell it to the guy who has almost 400 of them. So, I mean,
Code name Eric Hormonger.
either that or they just love me.
We know Black Dynamite.
Yeah, don't wake up the other bitches.
Oh man, just love having these conversations. Well, we all chop it up, talk shit, and all see each other, see what everybody's about, and
Sometimes,
also the conversations each of us have offline.
yeah, a lot of people don't even understand. This is what a lot of black men need, and black women as well, because I have black women subscribers and fans.
Huh?
And I tell them, what should I do with my son? He's not behaving. Put him in a combat sport. Let him get thrown around. Get your ass and don't even sit there. Because if he sees you
Mm-hmm.
get his ass whooped, he's gonna cry and do something. You're gonna go up there. You're gonna rescue him. Nope, sit your ass in the car. Take a look at him.
There's a there's a Facebook page I came across. It's for a young lady, for a young girl who's like elementary school age. Her father put her in combat sports, so she's taking part in like both freestyle amateur wrestling as well as
BJ
jujitsu.
and she's a
BJJ, yeah.
black guy, right?
No, that's one. Another one is like this little girl. She's like Eurasian or something like that.
Like the one with the black girl. She's wrestling and now she's a.
Oh yeah, she's wrestling and boxing. Yeah, she's a little bit younger though. This is an older kid. Who's a little bit older. She's like preteenish, almost a preteen.
Her dad's a fighter.
And yeah, I've seen this little Eurasian girl who She calls herself the Last Dragon, and this girl, for her age, she's able to suplex boys.
He calls herself
She
the
made
Grand.
one. The Last Dragon is her nickname.
I know I'm fucking with you.
Yeah. Watching this kid take down boys and how she's able to like use techniques from jujitsu to help her in wrestling is ridiculous. But you know, she just shows she shows she can do it. She can hang with the boys.
For now.
I mean, she's made a couple of guys pin as well as give them the banana split.
For now.
For now. But eventually she's gonna have to start wrestling with kids kids of her gender. Excuse me, her sex, not gender.
Because what's gonna happen? Them boys get a little bit more muscle, get a little bit meaner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There were clips of Ronda Rousey trying to wrestle with some guys, and yeah, it didn't work. She got taken down.
So yeah, technique. Don't get me wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Don't get me wrong, but
just like with boxing, kids going to put them in golden gloves. How many kids could still compete in golden gloves, man?
I'm gonna tell you, this is the difference between, why there's a stark difference between this made me globally politically aware. Yeah, it will. I'm gonna tell you that one. And
Mm-hmm.
kind of crazy because when you actually travel outside OCONUS, which stands for outside the continental United States,
Mm-hmm.
gives you a different perspective because you come out there with perception, which is how you're raised, your comfort zone, your neighborhood, all that shit. But your perspective is how the world sees you. That's some heavy shit. That's some heavy shit.
What was it? Patrice O'Neill said like the first time he left the United States, he had to learn how to be an American because inside the U.S. he was just a nigga.
Just another black man.
Just another black man, a brother who was born in Brooklyn, brought up in Boston. Just a kid from Boston. That's what he thought himself.
You gotta say.
Traveling to Australia and everything made him think differently. Traveling to Brazil helped him open his eyes about the world.
Hell, being from Baltimore and you go to live in the country for a few years, that'll change your perspective.
Goddamn right.
Mm-hmm.
You think about it, right? The average Baltimore. This is what's scary. A lot of these young kids did not have the summers that we had. They don't even travel down south like they used to. A lot of them don't because they had their babies, not married. But it's funny when you have a kid and you get married. It forces you to learn the other side of the family.
Mm-hmm.
It forces you to communicate, converse, and fellowship with the side of the family. When you become a single mother, you just took away 4 times the amount of support from that boy or girl. Because now he doesn't even know. And this is the bad part because a lot of these chicks resorted to, going to Big Dick Tyrone to get a baby. How many times because he doesn't know who he got pregnant? Some of these bitches, let's tell the honest truth, they don't tell the man he got a baby because all they wanted was the baby. Your son or daughter could be fucking their half brother, half sister in the same city.
Facts.
Not to mention the prevalence of STDs, especially HIV for that matter.
Yeah.
And I know that's a stereotype, but that has to be addressed.
The biggest STD is children.
Oh yeah.
Put that in the chat.
Hold on a second, Mr. Hold a second. Miss Johnson, you can. We found you tested positive for pregnancy. No!
Because I would surmise that it's more dangerous for you to have a wayward child in the city growing up that you're not willing to raise than an STD.
Well, at least you can deal with certain STDs with an ointment or something like that. Some are pro keep like luggage. Others you just need to take a shot and you're cleared. But there's still going to be lingering effects.
Not as much a lingering effect as a bastard child.
Oh yeah, that's a lingering effect. I mean, how many people ever listen to Marvin Gaye's "Inner City Blues"? Make me want to holler.
Think about it. Whole damn school year, whole damn time, you could hire a lot of these kids, put them in trades, put them in prep school. You let them run
Hmm.
wild, but then you get upset. You get upset when men with some status, not even just status, men of class, go out there and publicly announce, "You bitches need to raise your kids." Well, his father not there. Where's his father? Uh, that's what some of my female friends make.
Never, never
So
mind the father. What about you? You're the
No,
parent that's present.
Charles, you skipped a step. Well, these men, they abandon the kids.
and every time I hear that shit, I'm gonna put this edict out. The next time I hear a bitch or a nigga say bitch, niggas abandon kids, I'm gonna take everybody. I want everybody to go on mute or drop down before I pick them up, and I'm a one-on-one cuss that dumb motherfucker out.
Yeah.
How you literally pick the worst mother? There's many motherfuckers like Lost. What's your degree in Lost at 25? What's your degree in? Why aren't they picking Lost? We're not even doing the 40-year-old motherfuckers like we are. We're gonna go to 20-year-olds. What's your degree in Lost? Why aren't they picking him?
We was
Computer
talking about it
science.
earlier.
You know what?
It's a template.
Computer science. If I had a daughter instead of a son who turned 18, yeah, go fuck his brains out. Fuck him till he nut dust.
I'm already talking to my daughter, having these conversations. She's not at the age I want for me to really get me say what I want to say, but I'm already saying, like, yo, anybody in your presence should be reading on grade level.
Exactly. If that
That
motherfucker,
motherfucker can't read. He has no business being around you. Why
if
do
that,
you want to hang out with some dude who can't fucking read?
if that motherfucker cannot read on grade level, doesn't know how to properly wear a belt, not own a, or at least the bare minimum look and that are tailored and don't look like he's wearing his daddy shit. Because right now, if you can afford Jordans, multiple pairs, you can afford suits. Men's
JC Penney suits are not much.
men's
Hmm.
warehouse
Like
can't
like
be
even with today's young people standards where they'll wear suits with sneakers, like, dude, you can just have a blazer with a polo shirt under that motherfucking and a pair of jeans.
yeah.
Hmm.
If he can't go to a formal outfit with you, his friends are. I'm sorry. I've told my niece, who's what, 36, I wouldn't date you. I love you. I love my great niece and my great nephews, but you have 6 kids. I cannot take you seriously, and you know that. You need to focus on your. Yes, she's a good mom to her kids, but she knows that now. She knows that. Especially 3 out of fucking 6 of them are diapers.
The hell?
Where's the dad? Are you picking the dad? I want you to think about this. Are you picking a dad? Do you think I would get support from my family if I had 6 fucking kids?
Nope. I mean, you wouldn't get support even for having one kid. They'd be like, what are you doing?
God forbid you got motherfuckers out here, and you're telling me why aren't those chicks, man? Lost. I don't know if you're busy. Get your ass back up here. It mind fucks me. It really mind fucks me because we're gonna ask this awful question. You got a degree, man, a guy who trains, a guy who doesn't get his nose, he keeps his nose clean, but you don't like that type of individual. I'd rather you just tell me you like this hood life shit than stop lying and say we want a good guy. Because I think a guy like Loss should turn his nose. If he decides to fuck
Hmm.
you, they caught him and flush it down the damn toilet and burn it. And it's funny because we're trying to help the young man become an officer. If you can't have a conversation and say to a guy, and this is go for the ladies, for the young ladies, if he doesn't have a track to success, why are you fucking him? Why are you fucking him?
Hmm.
And because it's funny, right? You want to talk about you don't believe in abortion, but you sure as hell believe in fornication. Here's my levels. I don't get it. I'm confused. Maybe I'm a dinosaur. Maybe my age is catching up. How many of those chicks that are in your age bracket from college are dating bums? Drug dealers.
Oh, a lot of them. Like it was typical drug dealers, scammers, boys in the neighborhood. If they were dating dudes on campus, then it would be mostly like student government, frat, But the regular guys, we really didn't get any shine for real like that.
Yeah, they wanted the fun guys. Somebody could get them at the party for free or give them some money.
Hmm.
There's one of those things. I will never be insulted by a bitch with a general studies degree.
Like, don't get me wrong, like people knew who I was on campus. Like people knew what I looked like and like my what I had what I was dressed like. So people knew who I was. Like I got a full round of applause when I graduated. So people knew who I was, but it's just wasn't big man on campus like that.
Yeah. Sometimes we are, sometimes we aren't. Like sometimes popularity is thrust upon us, and we don't know like how the fuck did this happen. And what makes it even more funny and hilarious is that that's why I always tell younger cats, all you gotta do is just live a little longer. All the women not paying you any mind, see them about 5, 10 years down the line. They're not worth as much then, but I mean, not you, but she's not worth as much then. But especially if she's having children by wayward niggas, which is the cardinal sin. My God, my God, it's
It
funny.
just go ahead.
It's funny because when we look at this whole narrative, you got to think to yourself, do you really want a community? Why do you want kids? Because they taking away all the incentives of you just getting kids. You're gonna just go to the fucking You're just gonna go to the fucking office and call for child support. It's bullshit. Them days are gone.
Long gone.
And I don't feel bad about it.
And then another issue was the hygiene. Like even if you get someone's eye or like you get somebody, the hygiene is not up to standard. A lot of these girls don't know how to clean themselves properly.
Uh, Tell me about it. Arr, I'm in Atlanta. And trust me, I went down there to visit my ex girlfriend when I came. And a lot of people don't know this. Spelman and Morehouse is surrounded by hood.
Yeah,
Surrounded,
yeah.
Yeah.
Surrounded by the West End,
like
and then Bankhead is not that far away.
all the shit that you don't want to go to. Like, god damn. I'm walking up to get to her shit. I'm like, yeah, where the fuck is this place?
Hmm.
I'm just like, yo. It reminds me of Coppin State University. I went to Coppin State. It was Coppin State College. That tells you how long ago. God damn. Um, it's North Avenue and in between North Avenue and Mondawmin, which is like the Gwinnett. So you have a lot of these issues going on.
Oh,
It's critically, it's critically interesting. It's critically. You'll see a lot of these broads wanting to put a lot of restrictions on the guys they don't because I'll be like, wait a minute, I can't find a good man. No, you trying to find a
yeah.
Like I always thought when I went to college, I would meet a nice girl in the library, and then we would study together, but it just didn't happen.
That's that movie Bruce.
Oh,
The
you hopeless romantic. You hopeless romantic.
niggas thought that I was lying about black, like especially the black community. The men are more romantic than the women.
Mhm. Yo, I gotta get going. I'm gonna catch y'all another time. Y'all have a
I,
good evening.
I,
Okay,
All
get
right,
some
one,
rest, Nema.
one.
All right, buddy.
All right.
I told people a lot of times. I said, "Shit, I thought I'd be married with about 3 kids by now, maybe 4. Nope, one and done. No marriage. Am I upset with it? Fuck no. Fuck no. I tell them all the time. Fuck no. And it's not even being upset. Like, oh, you didn't get any action. I got plenty of action. You find plenty of hoes, not enough wives.
You have standards.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I'm gonna fuck you, but I ain't gonna wife you. And then you get pregnant by the dumbest niggas. And this is the reason why I tell young men: tell that bitch that you will not pay for anything a lesser man got for free.
You know, it's crazy when I see these little clips of these podcasts come across my feed, and these chicks be saying some of the wildest shit. I saw this one chick saying, you know, a man should be happy that a woman welcomes him into her children's life, and I'm like, bitch, why?
It benefits you, not me.
Why? Exactly. What it is it benefits you, but the ego and the fucking audacity of some of these hoes where they can't say that. Hey, he did me a fucking favor. That's why I love him. No, they still gonna try to spin it and act like they're doing you the favor because it's like I said, most black women think they're better than you.
Yeah.
And it's like, this is fucking crazy. And
Listen,
black men make up more the stepfathers in America than anybody by far.
you,
And you don't even fucking appreciate it.
well, I don't know why people stepfathers. I don't know why. I'm just like, it's a thankless job, even dating a chick with a kid. It's
We
like,
were raised that way, Charles.
oh
Black
my,
men are stepfathers because so many households, that's what it is. You're raised in a single mother home for the most part. So when you meet this single mother, it's normal. So
and
you just go in there and again, it's I mean, y'all talk about it all the time, the gynocracy. It's your duty, black man. You're supposed to come in here and clean up. And it wouldn't be that bad if women showed appreciation for this shit, but they don't. You will come in, spend your money feeding somebody else's child, paying bills for somebody else's child's living, and then the mother will give you her ass to kiss. And then you start getting into the whole, oh, that's not your child. Oh, don't you discipline my child. It's like, okay, well then what the fuck am I here for? And nobody sees the stupidity in it all, the fecundity of just how ridiculous that is. So in other words, pay bills, babysit, watch your kid, transport your kid, but when it's time to put a foot up Junior's ass,
don't touch my baby.
that ain't your kid.
And guess
Wouldn't
what?
that be really dumb if I came in the house and said, "Hey, my kid can eat the groceries that I just bought, but not your kid"?
Oh, try
Wouldn't that
that.
be very fucking stupid and petty?
That would be very petty and sensational. But when you talk to motherfuckers, when you talk to motherfuckers, that's basically what they do to you. You ask her. I remember. I knew it was the end of the beginning when I was at work as a Baltimore cop. We living together. You can't watch my kid while I'm at work. He's crying. And guess what this bitch does for a living? My son was about 5 and maybe 4 or 5. She literally is a teacher for 4 or 5 year olds at St. Joseph's. And I'm like, you can't do this? Okay, I'll take him to my mom's house or my dad's house. And you know what I did after that? Anytime she wanted her kids to be watched, I leave the door. I said, no, I'm not watching them. Fuck them.
Because it's the two-way street, Charles. They're perfectly fine with a man coming in and helping with their kids, but you know what it boiled down to? She just didn't want to be bothered with your kid.
Yep. And I took that personal. I took it personal. And
So
rightfully.
I'm supposed to give a shit about your bastard.
Hmm. But you see me at work. I'm not at the club. I'm at work. In one of the most stressful, most dangerous jobs in a fucking America. And you're gonna do this to me. Man, fuck you and your kids. You really gonna be like that? Like that. I am definitely like that. Oh, that's so fucked up. I said, well, life's fucked up. Watch your goddamn kids. You shouldn't have had so many. You shouldn't have had so many. Oh, that's so fucked up, I'm just trying to help you struggle. I said, but yet, Where the fuck is my help?
You're a man. Fuck you.
Exactly.
It's pretty much how they think.
And that's how I treat them. Fuck you.
And this is, now when you hear this whole thing about mentorship, mentors, it's like they're really trying to phase out the stepdaddy,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like, wow, that's really fucking crazy. At least the stepdaddy gets some pussy out the deal.
Exactly.
Now you want to lower it to mentor, so now you don't even got to kick out pussy no more, but teach my son, help my son, show my son the ropes, show my son how to be a man, take my son off my hands for a few hours,
And what do I get out of it?
and I don't even get pussy.
Not even a smidge of pussy. Not even a smack of crumb.
I tell him, I say, you better send him to the sensei.
Yeah. Better send him to fucking. You better send him to Dagestan or fucking
You,
China.
you better send his ass to the basketball coach or the fucking football coach or something. Like, these people are out of their goddamn minds to think that you got men that's going to sign up for that shit. Yeah, yeah, you're right. We tried that shit in the 90s. It was called the Big Brother program.
Mm-hmm.
It
What
didn't
happened?
work.
What happened? Mom kept getting in the way. Only time
It
she
didn't
wanted,
fucking work.
only time she wanted you around was when the goddamn kid got unruly. It's disgusting. Oh well, Charles, you gotta understand. That can happen to anybody. Okay, that's cool, but we ain't gotta deal with that. Mm-hmm. And the sad thing about the Big Brother program, it would work if you had a different mother. It would actually work if you had different mothers. And that's sickening. That is fucking sickening. You can't even sit down with a man helping your kids out and be respectful. It's
No gratitude.
yeah. I mean, this is what
Nobody believes in gratitude.
yeah, this is what basically happens. It went down to the point where you literally, you literally took out a whole generation for what? Whole generation. The worst thing about it is you try to get yourself together. You try to make something of yourself, like Lois and other young men, and and then it's like you're not gonna make it out here when it comes to mating a baby. You might as well just say fuck it. You might as well just say fuck it. So many of these chicks play the fucking game. You know, you're just something to be used. That's why I tell a lot of y'all: get your head up, get your body right, get your mind right, get your money right, get your soul right, and everything will be all right. Don't be abused. Don't even be sad about the shit. Happens to the best of us. I don't believe in telling people there's somebody out there for everybody. There's 2 million more black women than black men. There's not everybody out there for them. So when we're looking at it on a fundamental space, you got to do what needs to be done first. Your dreams, your goals have to be met. Don't put your fucking dreams on hiatus. She's not going to do it for you.
That's the best thing to do. That's what I was getting at earlier when I was talking about that study that more and more boys are graduating high school as virgins.
Yeah,
And these boys are just finding other shit to do. I can make money playing the fucking video game online now.
yeah. And I
The
can
hell
get
I need to chase some broad for? For what?
you can actually get better looking broads through that. I think that's hilarious.
I mean, there's just more to do now. They don't have to validate themselves on how many women I've screwed. When you look up STD rates, when you hear about the horror stories of child support and all this, these young boys, they're coming up and they don't want to deal with it.
We act
And
like
it's like my grandmother used to say, "You made your bed, now lie in it." This is the bed black women have made. You made this bed.
and then we can act like they didn't see this shit for decades.
They didn't, because men are a commodity. You know, it's no different than, an apple orchard. The next harvest will be around.
Mm-hmm.
They never thought the day was going to come when pussy wouldn't be the number one agenda for a black male.
Oh no,
And
they
then
great.
and then you got passport bros and all this shit. And you know what I'm saying is they're learning. Yeah, you're not the only pussy on the planet.
The one thing my pops always taught me, it should be the cherry on the top, not the whole dessert.
Mm-mm. Mm-mm. You got to get something out of these bros. You got to clean up the room, and that's just again. You got to treat your dick like treat your dick better than her pussy. Sorry.
And they just always think that, that they're going to be 20 something forever. And they wake up one day and they're 35, they're 36. And, you know what I mean? It's like, okay, now what? Ma'am, you had plenty of time. You wait till now, you wait till you're damn near 40 to want to talk about you want to settle down. And nah. It's like, no, it's like men don't do that.
No.
Like
I,
most of the time, when you start getting up there close to 40, over 40, men have already been there and done that. Most men have already had a kid or two. You done been in several long-term relationships. Sometimes you've been married. By the time you 43, 44, you done with that shit.
I've had
You've
chick.
been divorced. It's like, yo, I'm done. No, I'm not getting with no 40-year-old chick and date you and want to be fucking long-term commitments. Get the fuck out of here. Go ahead, bro.
I've had chicks tell me my age, like, oh, I got time. I can wait till I'm 34, 35 to get married. And I was like, I just be listening to them. And I'll be just shaking my head. I was like, okay.
They're kidding themselves. Like I'm turning 45 next year. I'm telling you, like I know women that's in my age group and it's not happening.
Most of these chicks, if they weren't going to get married at best 30, 25, and that's when they look the best, and most of these bitches are fours and fives, you got something else on your hands.
I'll be a little more generous. I'll say if you're not married by 35, it's probably not going to happen.
Most of these bitches are not gonna do it.
Especially when you consider you're probably going to have a kid or two.
When is the when is the yearly estimate of half the female population being childless and single?
About 2030, 2035. Half the population of women are childless and single. And you know that psychologically fucks with them, right?
Yeah. Because as much as they try to pretend, because in America, women want to be men so fucking bad. So they try to pretend that they're not wired to push out babies. You know fucking well you want babies.
Mm-hmm.
I call
You're
them
going to want,
I call them pseudo males.
yeah. But like, Cheyenne Bryant, you're too busy listening to Cheyenne Bryant.
Yep.
A woman with a barren womb
A dyke.
that licks carpet.
A dyke. You're listening to a dyke tell you how to deal with men.
A fucking dyke. She hates men that bad because she got.
A carpet muncher of all people.
And what's crazy is once again, black men let me down. It was
Mm.
people like 50 Cent and Shannon Sharp that put her on. And then look what happens. Y'all help her get on, and then this is what she talks about.
Yeah. Come on,
God
say and they
damn, black
promote her.
men
Look,
make me mad with this shit.
and listen, here's worst thing about they're promoting this bitch's book. Talking about like she knows about the heart and what do you call it? Those words trying to take that she admit she stole from Kevin Samuels because they found out this is a hustle now. So anybody can come in and spread their bullshit. You know what I'm saying? They said because she looked a certain way, they said, we'll let her slide. You know what I'm saying? She could chastise her. This bitch eats cooch for a living. You see, never trust a bitch that talks about the man promise, go hard, and to my strong man, not talk one about the woman. That means, baby, you're selective because you got too much pussy juice in your mouth.
She's not even a real therapist. Corey Holcomb called that shit out a long time ago.
Of course.
Yeah. But
What
yeah,
what
the first thing about a therapist is notice she never talks about what's the first thing once you become a so called licensed therapist you're supposed to do. You're supposed to get therapy.
She's not even registered because the thing is, Corey Holcomb had a licensed therapist come onto his show and literally break down like we can't even find any record of her having join up with the licensing bureau. She should be searchable in the database. She's not even in the database.
Oh,
what was I saying earlier about how black women are very easily pimped?
oh man, I mean they pimp like a
If
motherfucker.
if you want to pimp black women, all you gotta do is just build your platform on bashing black men, and you will be able to pimp black women. Easy. Derek Jackson, anybody?
Yep. I mean think about that. Derek Jackson was married y'all bitches because y'all wanted to have this goddamn fantasy about this man. You let him take you for a string. You let him take you for a string.
And we tried to tell black women he was full of shit. He got his money up, and he traded that frumpy broad in for something better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
And,
American.
and he's still making content. He's
Um,
still doing this.
and so that means there's always a sucker on every moment.
There's a sucker born every minute.
And they love it. As long as I feel good.
He's like a walking, talking romance novel.
Mm-hmm. As long as I feel good. His big muscles. Oh yeah, then you screwing women on your wife. Oh, yeah, I love it.
But he gets bitches, you know, that gets their pussy wet. He get bitches. I mean, that's how they think. So you hate the cheater, but yet you like the man that gets all the hoes.
Mhm. Pick a struggle. And then some of you let it get fucked in the back of your car like that doctor.
Yeah. I tell these young boys, man, get your shit together and do it for your fucking self.
Do it for
Pussy's
yourself.
gonna come, all of that. Dude, keep your head down. Stay focused.
Stay focused. If you're gonna get pussy, wrap that shit up. Don't take no
Because
broke.
these broads, I'm telling you, it's nothing. You're nothing but a commodity. You're nothing but a wallet for them.
Don't even take them.
That's
You can.
all it is. They don't care. They don't care about morals, principles, integrity, character, dick size. They don't care. They don't really care about fucking money, dude.
They really don't. As
A,
long
a
as they.
woman's. How could I say this? A woman and her and what she wants in a man that'll change like the weather.
Sure. The weather's more stable.
You don't fucking know what they want because they don't know. They're not gonna know until they hit damn near 40 and they got those bastards, and it's gonna be I need help. Because all throughout their 20s was just fun and games. And halfway into 30, they were still trying to hold on to their 20s.
Mm-hmm. That's why my motto is don't take none of them seriously. She got to break herself for you.
I've been telling black women for years, y'all better start learning how to get back with them baby daddies. Because these new dudes coming up, they don't want to be stepfathers. They don't.
You know, don't come to me with a bunch of young kids. You know how irritating that is now to have an 18-year-old and a bitch who's your age with young kids. Fucking ridiculous.
You got to deal with some kid and his fucking attitude. Like,
Mm-mm.
bro, I don't even got to be here.
Right.
Like, yo, I don't have to be homeboy from baby boy, yo. Like, he stayed with shorty. I can just dip, nigga.
Yeah. And then you got to deal with the fact, she might have baby, and most of them have baby daddy issues, but they still fucking. Most of them got baby daddy issues. Oh, the crazy nigga they was fucking. And then they lied to you and say, we ain't getting no more. But guess what? Kind of find out when she mad with you, she giving him pussy to make him do what she wanted. Ridiculous. Okay. Shit doesn't even add up right. I don't even know why I simply keep going. If you simping out here, something wrong with you, man. Especially the price of pussy is not even worth it. Really isn't. Find him fucking or flee him at some point. Oh, what if you find that special one? Well, it's gonna take a time. She's gonna have to prove herself. A lot of y'all bras are not that special. A lot of y'all bras are not that special. Shit. Let me get out of here, folks. Another good stream. Woo! We out.
All right, buddy. Good show.
All right, man. Thanks.